very much, everyone, for joining us at this special meeting of the Madera City Council. As we all know, the coronavirus has had a huge impact on municipalities worldwide. That being said, we still have to conduct business, and we are now conducting our regular and special meetings of the City Council via teleconferencing. Today is Wednesday, March 18th. The time is 6 p.m. And this meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order, which suspends certain requirements of the Ralph M. Brown Act. Social distancing per the Executive Order will be used at the meeting. Members of the public are strongly encouraged to participate remotely at the March 18th, 2020 meeting, viewing live stream at www.madera.gov. And comments will also be accepted via email at citycouncilpubliccomment@madera.gov. And we also have a public comment portion here at City Hall in the lobby via phone. With that, I will now ask our city clerk, Ms. Gonzalez, to call roll.
Mayor Magellan.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gallegos.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Montes.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson.
Present.
Councilmember Hawley.
Present.
Thank you so much, Alicia. With that, we'll move on to public comment. Members of the public shall have an opportunity to address the City Council regarding matters on this agenda, and speakers should limit their comments to 3 minutes. And once again, this is a special meeting of the Madera City Council with only one item on the agenda. That being said, I'll ask if there's anyone wishing to speak under public comment.
Mr. Mayor, you forgot the Pledge of Allegiance.
It's not on this particular agenda, Mr. Councilman. Thank you very much. When we close this meeting, we will then have another regular meeting.
Okay.
We will conduct the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, but thank you for that reminder. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I believe Chief Watson is manning the telephones here in the lobby of City Hall, and I don't believe there's anybody wishing to speak under public comment. So I will close public comment, move into our one and only item on this particular agenda. A1, which is consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming a local emergency within the City of Madera due to the imminent and proximate threat of the novel coronavirus, also known as COVID-19, in accordance with Madera Municipal Code Title 3, Chapter 2. I believe our city manager, Mr. Rodriguez, will have this item.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the City Council. Arnoldo Rodriguez, the city manager. The item before you this evening is it's proclamation proclaiming a local emergency within the City of Madera, specific to the coronavirus. I'm going to be walking through a brief presentation. Some of this information may be redundant because it's widely telecasted right now on all of our local news channels, across our newspapers, across social media. But I think it would be beneficial to provide a little bit of context. So with that, so just very briefly, I'm not going to get into all the weeds, but the coronavirus was first detected in China on December the 19th. It takes approximately 2 to 14 days to appear after exposure. As of yesterday morning, there were approximately 165,000 cases detected worldwide, over 6,400 deaths associated with the coronavirus. A little closer to home here, it's been identified in 47 states in the U.S. There are, as of yesterday morning, 335 cases within the state of California, and 6 deaths were attributed to the coronavirus. Even a bit more locally, here in Madera County, we have one confirmed case, and the Madera County health officer has determined that there is an imminent and prominent threat to the public health. The emergency declaration would identify the city manager as the director of emergency services. And with that, what that would do is that would authorize the director to command the aid of as many citizens as they deem necessary and to require necessary personnel and material of any city department or agency within the city of Madera. Again, this is an emergency. There are some things that, quite frankly, we cannot foresee right now. I think as a lot of us understand, the situation is rapidly evolving from where we started Friday to where we're at Saturday. If you fast forward 5 days ago, I think if you would have asked me 5 days ago, would all of this have occurred, I would have said, probably unlikely, but yet here we are. So with that, because there are so many challenges and there's so many items that, quite frankly, are unforeseen, we feel that the prudent thing to do would be to adopt an emergency ordinance. And then at the same time, that ordinance also allows the director the authority to procure or to purchase any materials that they deem necessary without necessarily going through the strict guidelines of the municipal code. So it does, in terms of the allowances, it allows the director the ability to purchase things without necessarily going through all the RFP process. With that being said, I believe the council understands that I will do absolutely everything within my power to make sure that we're getting the best deal, that we're being smart about it, and we're being prudent, and that we're not simply going to purchase items for the sake of purchasing them. Rather, they are items that we need to make sure that our community is safe. A couple of, again, just to provide us a little bit of context, both for the council and our community and our employees, I do want to walk you through a couple of things. This is not an exhaustive list. Rather, this is a list that that of some of the key items that we have been engaged in over the past couple of days. Very briefly, the city has suspended our youth and our senior programs. Our senior meals program is still active. However, rather than the seniors going to the Frank Burgon Center or the Pan American Center every day, what we're doing is we are providing delivery services through a third-party contractor that's providing the meals to the seniors in their homes. So it's a brown bag. We've also limited public access to a lot of our facilities. That includes the Frank Burgon Center, the Wells Youth Center, the Pan American Center. Earlier today, we have restricted public access to the police department lobby, to the inside of the building of the wastewater treatment plant, and our public works offices. And again, the goal there is to try to comply with the governor's orders and the president's orders to try to create some kind of physical separation, and to try to limit the number of people that could potentially be exposed. Staff has also suspended all on and off-site trainings. Those could be local, they could be afar, but again, the entire goal is to comply with the governor's orders to make sure that we are respecting and we're following the guidelines with the physical separation. We've made video conferencing available to all departments, and tonight we are pleasantly surprised that we are deploying it for the first time. Over the past 48 hours, we identified the program and we said, how can we do this again? We're trying to make sure that our community members and our council members and our employees are safe. But at the same time, we've also put things in place where the public is still engaged. And again, we do have a phone in the lobby. We have a public viewing area here at City Hall, and people can also live stream it via YouTube on our channel. Just a couple of hours ago, we installed a new utility bill drop box right by the front of City Hall. As council may be aware, we have one, it's a drive-through at the back of City Hall. We have a drop box inside of City Hall, and we have one at the police department. However, the goal being, we want to make sure that we minimize face-to-face contact between customers and our community members and our employees, thereby trying to protect everyone. And so we installed a new drop box right outside of City Hall, and the concrete is literally fresh on it. It has not dried. We've also suspended all non-urgent board, committee, and commission meetings, and that was effective as a Monday morning. We've also, beginning this morning, we've deployed 2 teams to sanitize playground equipment, picnic areas, and restrooms, and that would occur daily. And so that includes putting bleach on them and then washing them down with hot water with the pressure washer. And again, we started that this morning. We do not want to profess that it's going to make things 100% perfect. However, the goal is, if we know we're going to have people using our facilities, we want to make sure that we're doing everything we possibly can to try to minimize the potential spreading of the virus. A couple of other things we're asking the community, again, and this is in the spirit of trying to create the physical space for the governor's orders, the president's, and CDC's. We are asking that Public Records Act requests be made via email or over the phone. We're encouraging all customers to call City Hall or for city services rather than visit. And again, that's simply in line with the governor's orders. We've assigned personnel to ensure that no business or person is engaged in price gouging. Well, and this is being done via the police department. We've implemented tools for tracking expenses for potential reimbursement from FEMA. We implemented that immediately. We, beginning Friday, we are going to be suspending bus route 3. So our bus route 3 services, which go to community college on Avenue 12, will be suspended beginning on Friday. And that is primarily because of the low ridership. And the school is actually, the college campus is going to be closed to students. There will be faculty there. However, we made this in consultation with State Center Community College with the campus president earlier today. We have suspended community rental or community center rentals and for weddings or for parties. And this was done in an abundance of caution. Again, we are attempting to prohibit the gathering of large crowds. We are limiting interior housing inspections through alternative inspection methods. And so for some of those that can be done via telephone, we are going to be doing that. Or if people can submit forms providing evidence that certain things are done. And again, the goal here is to simply provide that space. Quite frankly, some of our inspectors are cautious about entering homes. And quite frankly, some of our community members right now probably don't want our inspectors in their homes. So we're trying to be very mindful of that. We've also temporarily waived penalties on delinquent utility charges to make sure that people that are potentially impacted by the coronavirus are providing some flexibility with some of the challenges that they're experiencing. And so we implemented that as well. We're pursuing all telecommunicating opportunities for employees. We have authorized a couple of employees to telecommute. We're a little limited in our equipment. However, right now, again, we're exploring all opportunities to try to make sure that we're providing opportunities for our employees. We want to keep our employees safe, and at the same time, we also understand that we have to provide our community the services that they've come to expect. We've proactively contacted employees 65 years and older, and we are working on identifying alternative work assignments. We have just a nominal kind of number of employees that are 65 and older. We've also requested employees that have any potential underlying health issues and or healthcare challenges because of the closure of the school district to reach out to their supervisors. I've emphasized with all employees that we are extremely empathetic.
Arnoldo,
Yes, council member.
can we go back to the 65 and older?
Yes, please.
So we have folks who are 65 and older. You mentioned that we're going to accommodate them. How are we going to do that?
So we have, again, we only have a couple of employees that are 65 and older. We have one employee specifically. We have asked them if they would like to work from home. They've indicated that their preference is to continue to come to the office.
Okay.
So they do have a personal office. We're identifying opportunities if we can potentially further isolate them in a different building. But again, we're not forcing employees not to come in, but we've reached out to that employee and we've said we prefer that you not come in. But at the same time, their preference is to come in.
Okay. Okay.
And then 2 other employees come to mind that they have indicated that they prefer to come in. One of the employees is a field employee where they're in the field the vast majority of the day, and they've indicated that they prefer to come in, and they feel that they can create the physical separation between them and our community members to ensure that they minimize the likelihood of the spread of the virus. We have another employee who's indicated that they prefer to come in, and we have one employee that's telecommuting.
So okay, that's great.
And so our goal is
fantastic. I mean, we give them the option.
Absolutely.
And that is a good thing.
Yeah.
Not forcing
Correct.
anybody. If they want to come in, I mean, that's certainly available. What about the next bullet item is I requested that employees with underlying health conditions how are we addressing that?
So right now, we have asked our coworkers here at the city if they have an underlying health condition to receive some form of written notice from their medical provider, and we would honor that. So if an employee has an underlying condition, it would be best that they have something from their medical provider. We would review it, and I can assure you that we will do absolutely everything within our power to make sure that that employee feels that they are safe. We don't want to put our employee in harm's way, and likewise, we wouldn't want to put anyone in the community in harm's way. Again,
So
and
like
the
if
goal-
someone, if
Yes.
someone has diabetes or a heart condition, we would give them the option to either come in or not come in?
Absolutely, right. Or are there alternatives? There are some alternatives where people can telecommute. There are some other employees that their job descriptions are would not be conducive to telecommuting. With that said, though, I have it on the next slide. Another option is to find a potentially a different temporary job assignment for that employee based on their skill set. So we're very open, we're very flexible. Our goal is not to, it's to be empathetic to our employees. And we don't want to tell people, you have to come to work, because we know that creates some challenges. And it's the same issue with childcare. When the schools close Friday, that could potentially create some challenges for some families. And so what we want to do is we don't want to punish employees for things out of their control, but we simply want to make sure that they feel supported, and we're providing options, and we're trying to be as flexible as we can. And so over the past couple of days, those are actually dating back to last week, we had started strategizing internally to find out what can we do, what options are available to try to make sure that we're exhausting all potential remedies. To my knowledge, as of right now, I believe we've been able to accommodate every employee that's requested it. Some of those requests, though, are going to be up to employees seeking some form of consultation with their medical providers, and that's difficult for us as staff to. The only thing we can do is try to encourage them to do that, but we necessarily can't force them to do that. Okay, but our goal again is to be empathetic to our workforce. These are trying times for everyone, and we want to make sure that we're accommodating and that we're sensitive to everyone's needs right now.
Absolutely. So Hilda, are we taking care of that? Are we covering ourselves as a city?
I believe so, yes.
Fantastic. Thank you.
And there will be something after the city manager finishes, there will be something I'd like to recommend we add to the resolution as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
On the final bullet point on the slide is that we assigned a new dedicated procurement services manager to obtain necessary supplies to keep our employees and workspaces sanitized. And we did that first thing this morning. So City Hall does continue to be open. With that being said, we are exploring options for further limiting public access. Again, this is not a desire to not help the public. We understand our roles and our responsibility to our community is that we're assisting the public, but again, we're attempting to respect and adhere to the physical separation recommendations from the state. We think they're good, and we collectively feel like we have to do our part to make sure that we're minimizing that. And at the same time, again, we are trying to provide excellent customer service. Our utility payments, I briefly touched on this a short time ago. We are deferring payment and fees. We are our human resources department. We are accepting applications via email or via fax. And our billing, our planning on our billing and our engineering permits, our front calendars are still open. However, we are strongly encouraging folks, our customers, to submit things electronically, because again, the goal here is we want to help people, but we're very sensitive to the needs of our employees. And then the last bullet item is we're exploring moving employees to other work sites to increase distancing. One of the items, the final bullet point is we're looking at relocating employees to the former RDA. We had a meeting with Camarena Center yesterday, which we share a parking lot. Parking is very tight. They understand that we are going to more than likely be moving employees. And again, the goal here is not to disrupt our work days or to create work. Rather, the underlying goal of everything is to create the physical separation between our employees and our community members.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes, Mayor.
Councilman Steve Montes has a question.
Yes, council member.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So going back to the employees, is there anything in the way of paid leave that we are working on?
We're going to be exploring some options. I think that's an item that we can discuss later this evening. So right now we've asked people if they are going to be taking leave, and we have had a couple of employees approach us to either care for a family member or for child daycare or lack thereof. They have been taking leave time, and if they were to exhaust that, there's vacation time. But we have not, to my knowledge, we have not carte blanche sent employees home for just for the sake of attempting to create the physical separation. What we're trying to do is identify different approaches or different strategies to create the physical separation so our employees can continue to do their job. There are some jobs that by their very nature, without customers, their assignments, they get dramatically reduced. And so what we're doing with those employees is once they catch up, we're identifying what skill sets they offer, and we're looking at potentially giving them different work assignments. But again, we're not moving them just for the sake of moving them. We're being very strategic in terms of where we place them to make sure that we respect the physical separation, because we wouldn't want to move them in an area that's heavily populated with employees or customers, and we're not really protecting them, or we're not doing them any favors is probably the best way I can say it. So again, we're very cognizant of that. So with that, that's, again, it's not an exhaustive list. That's a 30,000 foot level overview or some of the things that we're doing immediately. However, I would, we are open to suggestions from council. I understand there's a lot of communities, both nearby, some of the coastal communities and some communities afar that have done other items, that have done other things. We are exploring lots of options, but again, as council, you can always provide staff direction, and we will definitely take it. We'll take it into consideration. We'll weigh absolutely anything the council recommends, because again, the goal here is to make sure that we're protecting our employees, we're protecting our community, and at the same time, we're fulfilling our civic obligations or our civic duty to our community. And so with that, staff would recommend that the council adopt the resolution proclaiming a local emergency within the city of Madera. This is outlined within the Madera Municipal Code, Code Title 3, Chapter 2, and it would be effective immediately. And I understand that that our city attorney would like to provide a comment probably at this time if that's appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, City Council. I just wanted to underscore the fluidity of this whole thing. And tonight, I think the most important thing for you to do would be to adopt that resolution, because it's going to provide you with a lot of protections, immunity from any actions that may be taken in response to what's out there with COVID-19. As the city manager has said, he will have authority to promulgate emergency orders, to send staff to do different things that they may not necessarily be part of their job description. And a lot of it will be common sense, but that authority will be there. It provides a chief also, once you declare this, with greater powers. I know he already has a lot of powers, but he will be vested with increased powers, and all the statutory requirements for purchases are much more flexible under this emergency order. And more importantly, This is also the first step for the City of Madera to be able to access state and federal funds to allay the cost that the City of Madera is experiencing with all this. So it is really important for you to do this. The city manager, as he said, and his staff are continuing to do everything they can to address the situation. And there will be certain things he will be doing that are common sense and responsive. There will be certain things that he may need to have your blessing, even though he has the authority to do certain things. There could be really big items where he feels that it's necessary to put it on the agenda and have a special meeting. So that's pretty much it. He did list a number of things that have already been undertaken by the city and to protect the city from any actions based on those actions he already took. I would recommend that to the resolution that's before you, that we add language that states further, the city council ratifies the actions to date described in the city manager's report relating to COVID-19.
Thank you, Ms. Montoya. I appreciate that. I'm jotting a note down to that addition. Are there any council members wishing to make any further comments? I will ask at this time if there's anybody wishing to offer any public comment.
Chief,
Yes, Mr. Councilman.
Chief Dino,
Yes.
can you reflect on what our legal counsel just said as far as your needs?
As far as my needs,
Yes, but Hilda made reference to the needs of the department, and I just wanted to see what those are. What do you see that we could help you with to make that happen? If you're not, if you want to reflect on what she said, we can have Hilda state what she's talking about.
It wasn't not so much for what the chief would need. It's more, there's already a significant powers that a police chief, but they are highlighted when an emergency is declared. And so he would be able to exercise all the powers in a greater way for anything that comes up with respect to the emergency. There could be, it could be really, really bad. For example, we've seen all the TV programs and news where people are fighting over food already and fighting over paper towels and the like. And so it could be a situation where the police department would need to go out and quell something that could become a riot. And so there are greater powers in that regard.
yeah. So when you approve this, basically what it does is I'm just able to, I don't have so many hoops to go through. I can take immediate action to resolve the situation and bring order back to the community. And say, if there is, like the Costco, people are wrapped around the store and say it gets out of hand. You don't have to give orders to disperse. You disperse it, you send them on their way, and you restore order. Say somebody's taking too much of a product that's needed for the community, you can interject yourself and stop that.
I have absolute faith that you would do your job accordingly, but I would also caution that the city council has the ultimate power to say what can or cannot be done. And I just, I would not want to see carte blanche, but I do respect your authority. So just having said that, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And basically, what it does, it has nothing that would interfere with the council. It just, where certain things you'd have to go through certain hoops from a law enforcement standpoint, it alleviates that. And it gives, actually more in the civil realm, it gives me more, and the city more protection in the actions that we would take, is what it does. But it doesn't give
Absolutely.
the council of
Does
any.
anybody on the council have anything to say about that?
I do. I'm going to ask at this time, Mr. Councilman, if there's any other council member wishing to speak on this item.
I make a motion to approve it.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilman Derek Robinson, a second by Councilman Steve Montes. Before we get into the question, I do want to add my comments in that the day-to-day operations at City Hall and specifically with our city manager have been lengthy, to say the least. I think council will completely understand that what we have before us prior to the COVID-19 pandemic has been long days and positive days moving forward economically. But with this pandemic and what we're faced with, it's added to, it hasn't taken the place of, but it's added to the day-to-day operations. And I want to commend our city manager for balancing both the day-to-day ops as well as best practices for the city of Madera. As the list that he had mentioned and what we're doing has been very pragmatic. I will say that our city manager and the rest of our team, the rest of our staff, although they've acted quickly, they haven't been quick to pull the trigger on items that they really feel are necessary for our city. I will add, and these are your words, Mr. Rodriguez, not mine, that the community is thirsty for information and things are changing quickly. Where things were changing within a few days, it's now within 24 hours. And quite honestly, by the time this meeting is over, there'll probably be something else added at the state and federal level. I know Joseph has been working tirelessly to reach out to the community as well. So my only suggestion as we move forward and things change day to day, and there are so many questions from the residents in the city of Madera, that we try to do our best to answer those questions and stay on top of it, whether it's signage up front or social media. We do the best we can to inform our residents of these best practices and the reason why we're moving forward with this local emergency, especially with here at City Hall. Although City Hall will be closed to the public, quite possibly, that does not mean that City Hall in the city of Madera is closed for business. I will also say in this difficult time, services have been, as usual, very well. From our garbage being picked up to having good, clean, safe drinking water to our police and fire protection, which is stellar. And we want to continue to let our community know that those services will continue. So those are my only comments. I have a motion and a second to approve. I will now ask all those in favor signify by saying aye.
And that is, I did not hear clearly. I apologize for that, but, and that would be the motion of adopting the resolution as amended with the recommended language.
I believe so. Is that correct, Mr. Councilman Robinson?
Yes.
With the amendment, yes, and seconded by Councilman Steve Montes. Once again, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Mayor, I'll ask a similar question we had earlier in regards to doing this teleconferencing. Hilda, are we required to do a roll call on these, or is this just a standard way of,
It's probably a good idea for as we move on to the next, to the regular meeting, to have roll call votes. Or if it's consent calendar, it can just be reflected that it's by unanimous consent. But the mayor can just report out. You don't have to have roll call, but you should say who voted yes and who voted no.
I can do that. So I believe I had, including myself, 7 yeses. Is that correct? Councilman Rodriguez, I'm not sure if I got your vote.
No, yes. I just wanted to make sure that it's reflective not only on the audio, but also on the video.
Of course. Good point. We had a meeting earlier today that we did a roll call vote simply because some people were via phone. There was not video. So with that, this motion carries unanimously 7-0.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I think
Yes.
Councilmember Hawley was away when we took the vote.
What'd you say?
Mr. Councilman, Councilman Hawley,
Yes.
I had you, you did vote on that last resolution, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that vote was a
Yes.
yes. Okay. Thank you very much. We're certainly going to experience a couple of, I wouldn't call them glitches, but this is a new experience for all of us. So I appreciate that. We will try to conduct these meetings as efficient and as professional as possible. And quite honestly, so far so good, if you ask me. So with that, I will adjourn this special meeting of the Madera City Council, and we will immediately move into our regular meeting of the Madera City Council for Wednesday, March 18th. And this is a separate agenda. So once again, I'd like to welcome everybody who's chiming in and listening, or quite possibly in our audience. This is our regular meeting of the Madera City Council. Once again, per the governor's executive order, we are trying to instill best practices and practice a physical separation or social distancing, if you will. So that being said, the Madera City Council and staff have decided to conduct our meetings via teleconference. And so thank you all very, very much for participating. And with that, I will move into a roll call to start this regular meeting. Alicia, if you would, please.
Mayor Medellin,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Gallegos,
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Here.
Councilmember Montes,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Present.
Councilmember Hawley.
Present.
Thank you so much, Alicia. And we are going to do everything we can to conduct these meetings and provide the same transparent meetings as we've always done. And we have always started our meetings with an invocation. And this evening, we're going to have our own Councilman Donald Hawley lead us in prayer. And if you would not mind, since we will remain standing for the pledge, if you are able to, if you will stand for that invocation led by Councilman Donald Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To all the city staff and everything that we have talked about, God has his hands on it. So we are blessed to have the staff that we have to continue doing what our city needs. God is our refuge, our strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore will not fear, though the earth be removed and through the mountains be carried unto the midst. Lord, you give us wisdom of Moses to help our lives live within confidence in you. You gave us Son, Jesus, to example and how important it is to remember your goodness when we suffer. Give us this grace we need to keep your blessings as always in our minds and our hearts as we face the daily trials of our lives. In Jesus Christ's name we say, amen.
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 Thank you so much, Mr. Councilman. And with that, we will now move into the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, look at Joseph. Thank you so very much. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America
And
and
to
to
the
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 republic
republic for which it
stands,
stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible,
with
liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much for that. And a special shout out to Joseph for that graphic. Thank you so much. Moving on to the approval of the agenda. There will be a couple of changes. I will ask first, though, if there's anyone, any of my colleagues wishing to make any additions or changes to the agenda. Seeing none, I do have a few changes. Under presentations, the third presentation, this is the City of Madera Airport Advisory Commission recognition. so that we can have a limited number of people here, we felt it would be best if we move that one to a later date, and give that commissioner the due recognition that he deserves. The other one that we will be moving to the April 15th calendar will be item D1, the consideration of adopting a resolution, the final report for State Route 145, and also item D6. This is the second amendment to the manager's at-will agreement. There was some missing information to that one, and so that one is not complete yet. We will move that one to a later date, more than likely in April. And item E2, this is requesting direction on the criteria for the placement of new solar-powered streetlights. Once again, we're just trying to thin out the agenda a little bit since this is our first time doing a teleconference, and staff thought it would be best to move that one, again, more than likely to the April's calendar. Any questions or any additional changes to the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt the agenda with the items requested to be removed.
Second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Councilman. It was moved by Councilman Rodriguez and seconded by Councilman Robinson to approve the agenda as presented. With those changes, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 7 ayes. It carries unanimously. Moving on to public comment. The first 15 minutes of the meeting are reserved for members of the public to address the council on items which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes, and speakers will be asked but are not required to identify themselves and state the subject of their comments. If the subject is an item on the agenda, the mayor has the option of asking the speaker to hold that comment until the item is called. Comments on items listed as a public hearing on the agenda should be held until that item is called. Excuse me, until that item will be opened. The council is prohibited by law from taking any action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and no adverse conclusion should be drawn if the council does not respond to public comment at this time. I will first ask, I do believe we have a couple of emails, but I will first ask if there's anyone here wishing to speak under this definition of public comment via phone.
Mayor, this is Chief Watson. There's no one in the lobby requesting public comment.
Great, Chief. Thank you very much for that. I do believe we have a couple of written email communications. I will now ask our city clerk to identify and read those written emails to be read under public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. The first one is from Madeline Harris, Policy Advocate of the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Dear City Council members, I am writing to thank each of you for your consideration of declaring a state of emergency in response to the COVID-19 pandemic this evening at your meeting, and for ensuring that public comment is accessible remotely to promote public participation without endangering public health. Beyond declaring a state of emergency, additional urgent action is needed to protect the most vulnerable Madera residents from this pandemic. Attached, please find a letter signed by several community-based organizations across the Central Valley, urging local jurisdictions to take action to protect tenants, vulnerable homeowners, and low-income residents. We are grateful for the leadership that Madera City Council has demonstrated in protecting vulnerable tenants in the past, and we urge you to take the actions highlighted in this letter to prevent homelessness and flatten the curve of COVID-19 infection. I have also attached a draft ordinance for your reference to ensure that City Council is able to act as swiftly as possible to protect vulnerable tenants. Thank you for your continued leadership during this crisis. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me with any questions.
Thank you, Alicia.
The second public comment item is from Sherry Alquist of Going Nuts, Inc. Dear council members, if the city or county of Madera goes on lockdown, will we be able to operate our almond pasteurization plant which pasteurizes raw almonds for sale to grocery stores and retail outlets?
Thank you, Alicia. We're not there yet.
And the third public comment is from Avery Cordero and Yvette Flores of Madera Youth Commission coordinators. Good evening, Madera City Council. My name is Avery Cordero, and I am the Youth Commissioner for Council Member Jose Rodriguez, District 2. First, I would like to thank the council for taking the proper precautions to keep the community safe by live streaming the council meeting. The Madera Youth Commission was working on a research assessment photo voice project to address youth issues in the city of Madera. Our original goal was to host a town hall to gather community input on the issues we researched through the project. Since COVID-19, things have changed. It seems that youth are experiencing a new set of challenges regarding education, graduation, access to extracurricular activities, access to food, and other necessities that we often took for granted. Although things are different, we are hoping to move forward and continue to uplift the youth voice. We hope to keep the lines of communication open to further our work in our community. Thank you for your time and efforts to put the safety of the people of Madera first.
That's all, Alicia. There's no other public comment, Alicia, that
I believe I have one more. I do not.
Okay.
It was just the 3.
Thank you very much for reading those. That being said, I will close public comment and move into the presentation portion of the meeting. The first presentation is from the Department of Public Health, the update on the COVID-19. And it looks like we have the director of our health department, Ms. Sarah Boss, with us. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you for having me. I am happy to say that our status is still the same with regards to the number of cases. We are going to be changing in the next couple of days how we're reporting. We want to help other people understand how much testing is being done and how we're approaching this. We are really looking at this from a public health and population health standpoint. And it's important for people to understand that the purpose of testing for COVID-19 is really to understand the spread of the disease and where it is at so that we can help kind of usher us through the phases of an appropriate public health response to protect the community. A positive test for an individual does not help us in terms of their medical care because there isn't a specific treatment for COVID-19 other than treating the symptoms of the illness. So we really are responding from a public health and population health standpoint, and we're working with our partners to identify the level of testing that really helps us inform what we need to do and how we need to do. So that's the progress of what we're doing on the kind of public health science side of things. We still only have the one confirmed case that's been reported, and that patient is recovering well and doing well. We are in the process of looking at what our timeline is for how long an individual who has been diagnosed needs to be in quarantine, when is it appropriate for them to come out of a quarantine period. And so we have a lot of resources on our website to help people answer questions about what they need to do. And the most important thing that people need to remember is that if people are experiencing symptoms and are sick, they need to stay away from the rest of the community. So that's the number one message is if people are sick, they need to stay home and they need to contact their doctor.
This is
So,
Councilman Garcia. Are you confident that the city staff who are coming into contact with the residents of Madera, that we're providing everything that they need to make sure that they're safe?
So we're looking at implementing measures that and providing guidance to employers around how to screen. And that information should be coming in the next day from our health officer. And so we will, of course, provide that to all of our partners. And so you understand what that might look like, our plan is to provide guidance around checking for a fever and for the symptoms that are associated with COVID-19. So obviously a fever, but also a worsening cough and respiratory distress, so difficulty breathing. So employers are empowered to be able to send employees home. And I think that an agency that's serving the public also has the opportunity to direct people to go home if they are exhibiting these symptoms. And so we're going to do our best to provide you with the best guidance so that people feel like they can keep their operations going, and that our city and our county are still running, but while we're screening and helping to protect the public. So
my question is that, Arnoldo, if you could chime in on this, have we guided our employees to make sure that they're being protected and they're taking all the measures necessary? And that's my concern. I just want to make sure that we partner with you, because that's what I want to do. I want to make sure that you and we at the city make sure that we are taking care of our employees, because they're, at the end of the day, this is what we need to do. So if you could just let me know if that's happening, or if it needs to happen, that would be helpful.
So if I may, council member, I share the same sentiments you do. And that's something that's discussed very regularly here at the city, especially in light of everything that's happening over the past 5 or 6 days. We have taken measures. We believe that we've been prudent in our measures. We've been very strategic and methodical in our measures based on our community and their needs. So the question to say, are we doing everything? One of the things that I can assure you is we've identified every time we've met, and we have standing meetings every single morning with our team, and we end up meeting for about 2 hours. And we started that a couple of days ago, and then we touch base throughout the day. And so one of the things that we're looking at is, can we do more? Are we doing enough? Those are questions that, to be candid, we're asking ourselves and we're asking our employees to help us out. It's challenging when you have a group of department directors and myself trying to determine that, but sometimes the best people to inform you if we're doing enough are the employees themselves. So we've reached out to them, we're in discussions with them. I've emphasized with employees the email through their department heads. We are an empathetic organization. We do not want to jeopardize our employees' health, the community's health, the health of our police officers, of our fire department, or of our firefighters. So we believe we've been prudent. I guess the question is, have we exhausted all remedies? Absolutely not. There are some communities that have closed access to all public facilities. There are some communities that have not to say they've done more to the context, but they've done things that maybe we haven't done. But likewise, we've probably done some things that they haven't done. What I can tell you is that I've been in communication personally with a lot of my counterparts in the area, up and down the state, as has our human resource department, as has our police chief, our IT manager, and our city clerk, our parks department. So we're reaching out to other organizations to make sure that we're being smart, we're being prudent. There's a fine line, and I can assure you that I struggle with it consistently, or constantly, I should say, between are we doing enough or are we not doing enough? One of the things, we do not want to be caught flat-footed. We want to make sure that our employees are protected. And at the same time, the community, I think the community expects that we continue to provide good service. Going back a little while ago, we have clean, safe water. We have clean drinking water. Our drinking water is safe. I encourage people to drink our drinking water. It's good. And I'm not saying that for self-serving reasons. I drink it all the time. We our sewer system is functioning. Our streets, can they use some extra repairs? Absolutely. However, our police officers are responding. Again, we're being prudent. We are exploring all options. We're modifying job assignments. So I guess to your question, are we doing absolutely everything we can? I'd probably tell you, are we absolutely doing everything we can? No. Are we doing everything other communities are doing? No. But I like to think that we're trying to do everything within our powers. We're trying to be smart about it. But I can assure you, every day we've identified things. And, I'm saying every day, it's probably every couple of hours we've identified something to say, you know what, I think we need to do this. I'll typically huddle, I'll touch base with a few people to make sure that I'm not missing something, and we implement it. The good part about being a lean organization is you can move rapidly and you can implement policies immediately. And that's the good part. So my ask of the council and our community and our employees, if people feel that we're not doing enough or if we're missing something, please reach out. I would love to hear it. Constructive feedback is always a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is not this is the first time that we're having this discussion.
Absolutely, correct.
And it is incumbent upon us to try to figure out, and Mayor, you can chime in on this also, how are we providing gloves if someone's giving you $1 or to pay a bill? Are we providing them with the necessary equipment to be able to take care of us? And the county, the health department, we need your guidance about what we need to do. Someone over 65, should they be at work? If there's non-essential employees that should be at home because they're absolutely not essential, should we take in those measures? We're other communities that are taking these measures, and I want to ask that question: how far are we going to go? It seems like it's a long-term effort across the nation, and we should be asking these hard questions.
So at this point, public health response to a communicable disease has a set pattern. And the first phase is called a containment phase, and we are still in the containment phase. And we use data to guide whether or not we move from containment into the next phase, which would be mitigation. And what you're seeing across California and in other places across the country is that people are jumping the gun to mitigation actions before the data is really showing that we need to move to that place. And so in Madera, we are still in the containment phase with regards to looking at the data and how many cases we have and how many tests we have coming back. And we're working with our partners to utilize testing to give us data about how we read this as a population standpoint. Because again, a test for an individual doesn't help guide the care of that individual from a medical standpoint. That what the test does is informs public health, with regards to how do we respond to the population as a whole, and what overall guidance do we have to help keep people healthy. So it helps us navigate the spread of the illness and where it's at and what we need to do in response. So we're utilizing that testing to be able to do this, and we're still in that containment phase. We're using some mitigation strategies, which are good, like social distancing, hand washing, and those are good public health practices in general. And so we're at a stage of using some of those mitigation strategies, like social distancing and our mass gathering guidance. So the gathering guidance looks different between the regular population and the vulnerable population. The vulnerable population is identified as individuals age 60 and older, and that vulnerable population, we're not recommending that they gather in groups larger than 10, and they need to be monitoring their symptoms very, very closely. If they have any symptoms, we would encourage them to seek medical care earlier because they're at higher risk. And so what we need to be doing is really emphasizing that people are using those mitigation strategies to help reduce the spread of illness. But some of the actions that you see happening in other cities, City of Fresno, for instance, they took this giant step. And while it does put everybody in their homes, there are these other outcomes that happen with shutting down the city and shutting down businesses and things like that, that really take a long time for people to recover from a social and economic standpoint, that also has big ramifications. And unfortunately, those steps tend to impact our most economically and socially vulnerable populations. So there are these mitigating factors that we all have to take into consideration, and we're looking at that very closely in public health with regards to what guidance we have for Madera County, and that's why we're using science to drive that. So does that address your concern? At this point, the guidance is we don't want mass gatherings of 50 or more. And so churches are able to navigate that. But if there are businesses in particular that we know we can't ensure the social distancing, because it's 50 people, but it also has to provide for that space. So if you take a hopping bar on St. Patrick's night, right, people are not gonna be 6 feet away from each other. So while you may have a small bar and there's only 40 people in there, they're all crammed in tight. That's also not following the guidance of social distancing.
Sarah.
So,
Sarah, Mayor Medellin, I'm sorry. I hate to cut you off, but I don't want to go too far. There's a couple of questions, one of them with Councilman Jose Rodriguez.
Yes,
okay.
thank you, Mayor Medellin. Sarah, you did bring up the testing, and I wanted to know if our residents here in the county, or maybe if the county's equipped to do proper testing for the COVID-19. I was hoping you can address that. The media has been stating that we don't have sufficient equipment or testing. How is Madera prepared for that?
So Madera County Lab at this time does not do COVID-19 testing. We are ordering reagent to be able to do that, but that was not something we were equipped to do. And unfortunately, reagent is really difficult to get at this point. So it is a nationwide problem, as you've seen on the news, with regards to availability of testing. That's testing through public health laboratories, but that's also testing through commercial laboratories. So commercial laboratories said, oh yes, we're open for business. And then within 24 hours, they were completely overrun with regards to their reagents that they had available. So there's a supply chain issue with regards to testing. That's why we're really wanting to communicate out to the public that testing really needs to be for a public health purpose, to understand how that disease progresses in the community. It doesn't do an individual benefit for a patient, because their medical care is the same regardless of whether or not that test is positive or negative. It's really about the spread of the illness and our ability to track that. So we're going to a place of looking at sample testing to understand, and there's a plan for that that's complicated and technical, but we are working with the availability of our lab infrastructure. We're also working with our other public health partners. We're putting together a call to talk about how do we do more of this sample testing and not overwhelm our testing infrastructure, so that we can get a better handle on the progression of the disease. So those the tests that are more urgent to understand.
Thank you,
Does that
Sarah.
address your question?
Yes, and thank you. Appreciate the information. I think, like you stated earlier, the measures that we're taking now is to kind of contain it so that this doesn't spread out even more. But I do appreciate you addressing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And I'd like you to pick up where you left off. You were talking about churches, and you were also talking about social distancing or physical distancing, as you had mentioned before too, like bars and restaurants and things like that. So if you can pick up where you left off.
Go ahead.
I had
You have a question?
No, I'm sorry. I had a question regarding, I know you talked about the number of people who have tested positive, which was one, but do we have any numbers on how many people have actually been tested so that the data would reflect what phase we should be in? I don't know if that's something that you have or you can give out.
So at this point, I don't have that. And part of that is due to the backlog of the labs. The other aspect of that is we have a shared population between Fresno and Madera. So our disease investigation has been rather complicated in that many of the patients that are our residents that are being tested might be tested at a Fresno County hospital. And so we're working through those issues with regards to reporting. And that's part of why we're having that regional call around lab testing, these particular issues that we're trying to resolve. We would like to get to the point where we are reporting out how many tests we have pending, how many tests we have positive, which is obviously the one case, and then how many we have negative. But that's going to take us a few days to get to that place to be able to post that on our website for the public.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Mayor Medellin?
Yes, Councilwoman Gallegos.
Hi, Sarah. This is Councilwoman.
Hi.
I had a question. You're talking about gatherings of no more than 50. It's highly suggested by the county not to do this. So it's not enforced, but those that have reservations for weddings or events that are happening throughout the county and the city, what are you suggesting to those vendors that have those facilities? I mean, what are we going, because I'm getting those questions.
So give me just 1 second. I have to ask our health officer a question.
Our intent is, put it in that way, where our intent is to be reviewed by county council. That's our plan.
Okay. So sorry about that. I needed to ask a question of our health officer. So our intent is to put in place a health officer order, and a health officer order is something that's enforceable that would limit gatherings to no greater than 50, and that would require that social distancing. So a certain square footage would be a consideration for that area. So if someone was to have a gathering, say a wedding, and they had 45 guests, the space would also have to be large enough to accommodate that 6-foot social distancing. And then also it would include that the gatherings for that vulnerable population of age 60 and up should be no more than 10 people. So that's our intent, is to release that health officer order. It's under review right now.
Under review, so that is not in effect yet, and we will know that by reading an email or online.
So that health officer order would be posted to our website, but we would also send that out to our partners, which include Andy and Arnaldo.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Sarah.
Of course, Mr. Councilman.
Sarah, a lady approached me yesterday because there's some folks gathering in the park, and it was like 30 or more out there having a basketball game. What do you do for outside venues when there's a group of people out there playing games or having sports? What ramification do we do for that? Do we ask them to separate, or, they're talking about you can't have more than 15 to 30 people at one spot, but what do you do when you see a situation like that?
So for the most part, outdoor gatherings are less of a concern, but we're still looking at that 50 people or less and social distancing. So it really depends on the activity that they're engaging in. And with the health officer order, we're going to explore what enforcement looks like. But from a city council member perspective, I think it's important that you reiterate that it's important and the reason why it's important. And so that would give you an opportunity to provide some education to the people who are engaged in that sporting event. We don't want people to stop exercising. That's not, a good positive health practice. And people staying healthy at this time is really important. But what's really valuable is understanding that how it's transmitted. So close personal contact and touching is a way in which it could be transmitted. But if people are not checking each other and that kind of stuff, but they're playing a friendly game of basketball, and for the most part, they're keeping distance, then that's okay. And so you really have to factor in what that activity looks like.
Thank
I'd
you.
like to say something also. I'd like to say that, I'm more concerned with the nursing homes and the homeless shelters.
Yes. There's very strict guidance, and that's guidance for licensed healthcare facilities is quite strict. And that is being directly governed by the state and their licensing agencies. So we're in contact with those, and we're providing our health updates with them. But we're watching that very, very closely, and they're monitoring those individuals for symptoms. And so with regards to homeless population, the guidance is very similar. We recently have had to make a change with regards to our health officer. Our health officer, Dr. Simon Paul, is on medical leave. It's totally not COVID related. It's something entirely different, and he is out for a period of weeks. We're working with the health officer in Mariposa County, who is an expert in emergency preparedness, especially around infectious disease. He is the one who's putting these health officer orders together for us, and we're putting them in process to hopefully release tomorrow. And so we're going to be conferring with him with regards to the homeless issue. That was not a topic that we got to today. And so thank you for the prompt, and we will be communicating out about that.
And also the juvenile hall.
So I'll follow up with him about that as well.
Right.
That is governed by a contract through the county for healthcare. And so healthcare providers have very strict guidelines as well.
Thank you.
Sarah? Hi, Mayor Medellin again. We have somebody here at City Hall in the audience that has a question about a restaurant, and I wanted to ask you that very same question as well. You talk about the 50 people. Can you talk about that as it relates to restaurants and dining rooms? And then after you answer that, I would like to defer to Jorge. I believe he's going to ask a question for somebody here at City Hall.
Okay, so with regards to restaurants, we're wanting to reduce in dining by 50% and create social distancing. And we're encouraging businesses to use carry-out and delivery options.
And if Jorge, if you're nearby, is he going to? Okay, so she doesn't. Okay. It looks like we translated your answer to her, and I think that was satisfactory, Sarah.
Okay. So guidance is being updated all the time. So we really encourage individuals who are asking questions to continually be up to date with information on our website. And so our website is www.maderacounty.com/COVID-19. And we're doing updates on our Facebook page every day, multiple times a day. And so as that guidance changes, we're pushing it out to partners, we're putting it on Facebook, we're putting it on our website, and we're also alerting the media. So we really encourage people that they keep in contact with the information that's coming out because it is changing rapidly.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Thank you so much, Sarah. Very, very informative. And this is new to a lot of us and to our community. So I thank you very much for coming down to City Hall. Well, actually, you did not. You're in your office. A very nice office at that. I'll ask if there's anyone else in the audience or council members if they have any further questions for Ms. Bach.
One more question.
Yes.
Is it possible for animals to get the coronavirus, COVID-19? I heard a dog had it and died. So you have the dog
Okay,
pound.
so yeah,
Animal
animals
shelters.
can get the illness, but they cannot spread it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I will have one last question for Sarah. In the midst of all this here, Sarah, you start noticing that a lot of the department stores and or grocery stores are being packed by people rushing to either get food supplies, toilet paper, what have you. What is the public health recommendation in regards to that? Are people having to wear any type of mask or anything else other than taking the precautionary measures that you stated earlier?
No, we're using the social distancing measures that I described earlier. We do not recommend masks. What we find is that people who are well wearing a mask, if they happen to have germs on their hands, whether it's COVID-19 or flu or any other germs, they tend to touch their face, and that's how germs get into our bodies. So it's better if they don't wear a mask and we're washing our hands regularly and not having a lot of hand-to-face contact.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks
I
again.
wanted to, excuse me. I wanted to reiterate that I'm really concerned about the employee health at City Hall for all of our employees. I feel that those who are over 60 should be instructed to stay home because they're in danger. They have conditions which might jeopardize their health, and we're not getting that instruction. I feel that when I asked the question about whether or not we had taken steps to protect our employees, you really didn't answer the question. And so I would want to make sure that we make every effort to protect our employees because they're our frontline troops. They're the people that are serving our community, and we need to give them the equipment necessary. If we have to have them stay home because they're at risk, we should do that. I asked you that question specifically because I want to know if we have non-essential people working at City Hall or anywhere else in the city. I want to know if they should be staying home. I want to know that. I want to know that's important to me. And I don't have the answers. I don't have the knowledge and education to be able to say whether or not that's the case. But if we're putting our employees in danger, let me give you an example. My wife is a Madera County teacher. She works for the school district, and she was instructed to stay home. They said, you need to stay home. And our children are being instructed to stay home. And where do we go with this? I don't want to bankrupt the city. I don't want to take extreme measures like you mentioned a minute ago, but where do we draw the line? And you're the head of the county health department. And so I need answers from you. I'm sorry to make this statement to you because I don't want to offend. I don't want to do this, but we were instructed not to come into City Hall today to have a city council meeting. That's how drastic the situation is. I've never done this before. This is the first time that I'm not at City Hall for our city council meeting. And if we're taking these measures, why aren't we taking the measures with our county employees or our city employees? And I'm sorry if I come up gruff, but this is, and so I want to know the answer. So I really want you to tell me because you're the expert about what we're going to do and how we're going to move forward. So again, thank you very much for your time. And if we come back to this question in a couple of weeks, I want to know more. Thank you.
So I certainly understand your concerns, and we want to provide clear guidance. There are going to be some measures that we're taking tomorrow that should provide some clarity for you. I do want you to understand that the landscape is that many of the decisions that happened in our neighboring counties are impacting the decisions of our county. And it's not necessarily because there's a public health purpose, but it's because there's an interrelatedness to the workforce. So when Fresno County schools and central, those districts in Fresno County started to close, we talked with our superintendents in Madera Unified School District, and it was a work function. Most of the staff live in Fresno County, and because their children's schools were closed and they didn't have childcare, they weren't able to work. So there's this ripple and domino effect of other neighboring communities and their decisions on what we just have the capacity and ability to do. And it's not necessarily driven by a public health reason, it's driven by a workforce reason. And so that's just one example. But I understand your concerns with regarding to addressing, making sure that your employees are safe, and especially vulnerable populations. And so really, while they lifted Brown Act requirements for people getting together, you could have had your city council meeting if you followed the gathering guidance of groups no greater than 50 and you spread people out. And so there are choices that entities are making that are, based on wanting to be conservative and wanting to be safe, and we understand that, but that's where you're seeing some of the inconsistencies and why it's raising concerns and questions that are difficult for public health to address, because we don't control all of those decisions. We're pushing out guidance and providing as much information as we can. And again, more information is coming tomorrow, and hopefully that will clarify some of the questions that you have, provide more guidance about what steps you'd like to take with your staff.
Absolutely, because, we depend on our legal counsel to be able to guide us as to what we can or cannot do. And that's why we're here today. These are situations, this is all new to us, and we're all learning as we go. I blame nobody, believe me, I blame nobody. This is all brand new. Our federal government is struggling with these things, and my fellow council folks, we all have questions. And so I just want to thank you for what you're doing. I want to minimize what you're doing or what you're saying, but I'm really concerned about my community. Madera needs to act.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman, and thanks again, Sarah, for your information. We look forward to that guidance and next steps, and that you will provide all that as quickly as possible to myself and to our city manager tomorrow sometime. We'll look for that.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Just a point of clarification, if I may, both for the benefit of our council, our community members, and our staff here at the city. Sarah, myself, Dr. Massetti, the school district, the sheriff, actually had an county staff, Dr. Simon, to Dr. Paul, sorry about that. We actually had what I would consider an urgency meeting on Sunday, because we share a lot of the same concerns that you've heard people talk about right now. We're grappling with it ourselves. It's new. It's something we're the best analogy I can come up with is we're building the plane as we're flying it when it comes how we're implementing the policies. I think one of the things in terms of the community that I think would be beneficial is that your community leaders, we're getting together. We're being very we're being as prudent as we can. We're trying to capture as much data as we can. We're relying on the experts. We're talking. We're in constant communication. And so we are trying. Unfortunately, sometimes information travels faster than what we can react, and I think this very well could be one of those cases where we're reacting, and once we adopt it or we're responding to yesterday's news, well, guess what happened? we have a lot more information in the past 5 hours or 2 minutes sometimes. And so I just want the community to know, our employees, our council, our counterparts at the county, that from the city's perspective, we appreciate the partnerships. We appreciate the amount of information. I understand Sarah's under a tremendous amount of pressure. Our partners at Camarena Center, Madera Community Hospital, we're extremely appreciative of everyone's efforts, the communication, the partnership. And I think at the end of the day, this is going to make us a much, much stronger and better community. Unfortunately, we're just going through some trying times. So thank you, Sarah, for taking the time this evening. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you, Sarah. Moving on to our next item under presentations, item number 2. This is the City of Madera Census 2020, the efforts and its local census count. I believe Ms. Iareta is going to lead us through a slideshow presentation.
Very good. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and members of the public that are live streaming. I am here to share additional information on Census 2020. About a month ago, a representative from U.S. Census provided a presentation with a lot of education and information regarding Census 2020. My goal this evening is to give you additional information to further our understanding of the U.S. Census and also to explain what we are doing locally at the City of Madera, as well as through our efforts with the local Census Count Committee, which is a county effort. Let's start by going over what is it. As we know, this is something that happens only every 10 years. It is a confidential count of population of all who live in your home as of April 1st. And the U.S. Census counts every resident in the United States. It is a constitutional mandate that tries to ensure that everyone is counted once, only once, and in the right place. The first census started in 1790 and has since been conducted every 10 years. We've talked a lot about why it matters, and I want to give you some more detailed information as to why this really does matter. We've heard that it affects our political representation, and specifically, this means that congressional seats and the state redistricting of the legislative boundaries are set based on the census counts of every 10 years. Funding, more than $900 billion are distributed annually based on census data. This is according to the Urban Institute. And in California alone, $115 billion in federal funds are were distributed in 2016. That's according to the California Policy Institute. California represents typically annually about 70% of the federal distributions that are census-based. The census data assists businesses with the growth in growing areas and market research. Basically, it tells us where businesses can viably grow and which areas are conducive to greater growth. And also it informs the planning of urban and rural land use. It helps to estimate the people that are displaced by natural disasters and provides guiding scientific research. I wanted to be more specific. So this is a list of what is funded by using census data. So you can see that one of the biggest distributions is medical assistance programs. I'll go and name a few. Supplemental nutrition that is distributed across households. Medicare Part B. Okay. What I was getting direction to fix my PowerPoint, and I will try to do that. Is that better?
Much. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mark. So Medicare Part B is what we're funding through this census data. Section 8 housing, highway planning and construction, state children's health insurance program, that's also known as SCHIP, national school lunch programs, foster care, special education grants. The list goes on. WIC, Head Start, Early Head Start, Section 8 housing assistant payment programs. And as you can see, the list goes on. Why is it important in terms of political representation? Well, the decennial census is the sole basis for reallocation of our 435 seats in the House of Representatives and the legislative, the state. It also informs how the state legislative representation will occur across states. Given recent population trends, California is likely to maintain its 53 states. However, if the census is conducted poorly in the state across counties, and we have struggles with the hard to count populations, particularly immigrant communities, we could lose a seat. The estimate is that if we count 1.6 million, if we have an undercount of 1.6 million, we could potentially lose a House seat. The census can also be used to redraw district lines, and its accuracy is essential to correctly representing local communities. This has to do with when we receive CDBG block grant money, for example, the representation in those specific census blocks informs how much we receive. As you can see on this map, Madera has various census tracts that are hard to count. This graphic shows you the specific census tracts across the city. And if you want to see a larger picture on the right of the screen, you can see the blue being a significant hard to count census tracts. I will share that 10 years ago, the count in Madera was estimated to be only at 26%. So it is very, very low based on hard to count census tracts. And this is a listing of the groups that are considered hard to count: ethnic and racial minorities, immigrants and refugees, farm workers, people with disabilities, LGBTQ community, seniors, older adults, homeless individuals, families, veterans, non-traditional family households. As you can see, in Madera County, we have all of these subgroups, which is why we have large hard to count groups. So what is the city and what has the city already been doing to promote the census? We have participated with the local complete count committee. This is a county-wide effort to do extensive research, education, and encourage individuals to participate in the census. We have already began to distribute flyers, such as in our utility billing mailings. We helped to organize a press conference that took place last month to launch the efforts, the outreach efforts. We were contributors in making a banner that was placed over Yosemite Avenue, and it has already been there a couple of weeks. It is right now down because it was slightly damaged, and there's other banners that are going to go up on Yosemite, but it will be back. We're repairing it, and the intent is to take it back to Yosemite by April. The City Hall, we've received banners to place across city facilities. Those arrived yesterday afternoon, so we're going to begin to hang those across the city buildings, parks, PD, intermodal, for example. And since the beginning of the year, we've been launching video at City Hall as well as at John Wells Youth Center that are census educational videos, outreach videos, encouraging individuals to participate and not to be afraid to participate, even if they are undocumented or are in a household that there's a good number of people they don't want to report that. We continue to promote through our videos that the information is confidential and that they shouldn't be afraid to participate in census. So we will continue, as we have already been doing, to release social media regarding census through our Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. And we have also received a large number of yard signs. You've already probably seen them in front of City Hall. These will be distributed to all departments, and you will start seeing those by next week, since they also arrived late afternoon here at City Hall. And we have ordered over 100 t-shirts for staff. The goal is to wear those as much as we can, whether we're working at City Hall or another facility, or when we're out on the field, just to promote census with our orange t-shirts.
Yvette,
Yes.
this is Councilman Holly. With those yard signs, are we able to give them out to our residents or to any city official that might want to put one in their yard?
Yes, sir. You just have to tell me how many you want, and I will get those for you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And so through the local count committee, we are doing other things as a committee. And I will say that we have participation in this committee through staff, as well as a council member that's in our steering committee. Council member Garcia has been part of our group and has been providing guidance and direction on what to do through the committee. So there's some things that have already happened is that there's been the school district auto dialer messages. These are the mass phone calls that districts usually send out to parents. That has already happened. There's ongoing outreach materials on the field, banners, yard signs, t-shirts, newsletter inserts. Both city, county have been asked to do that and have done it. Phone banking is going to be more targeted, and this is through county departments that are launching this phone banking effort to encourage individuals to participate in census. Right now is a time when people can submit their responses to the census. March and April are the big months to respond. So this phone banking will likely continue. Coordination with California Census are underway in light of COVID-19. So different strategies are being developed so that there is less contact with the public, but that the social media and the phone banking and other efforts are in place to continue to promote census, because even though we have COVID-19, census is extremely important, and we want to make sure that we are not undercounted as a county and as a state. We may be able to do some modified Q&A centers. That was intended to occur even here at City Hall, having Q&A centers where there's volunteers canopying and answering questions, encouraging people to participate, as well as providing a laptop access and guidance so that individuals can actually fill out their form on the spot. So right now we are looking to see how we can make modifications to that strategy, but still launch some Q&A, some quacks is what we call them. PSA videos will continue in lobby areas and through various agencies. We're also looking at promoting it through local newspapers like the Tribune, etc. And then we are looking to request from the city to do something that the county board has already done, which is they authored a letter to send to local businesses encouraging support and participation in the census. So that's coming your way as well from the committee. And I will likely include this in the next agenda. I actually will include it in the next agenda through a minute order requesting that City Council also do what the county board has done through that letter. So right now, as I mentioned, is the time to submit your questionnaire, your responses. And through March, you've been getting the letters, the reminders, encouraging you to respond. This will continue through the end of April. A final reminder postcard will be going to you by the end of April if you don't respond before then. So as a committee, as staff in the city, will continue to check with California 2020 census and see what strategies we can launch. We do have to make modifications due to COVID-19. We realize that. One important date is April 1st. That is supposed to be, or it is, National Census Day. So keep an eye out on what gets launched in terms of census on April 1st. We intend to continue with our phone banking and our media outreach efforts. This is a bigger timeline. Mainly the non-response efforts will begin in May and will be following up all the way through the end of the year. The counts will be collected through December 1st. When I say the non-response efforts, that's the time where traditionally the census workers have gone door to door to collect information from individuals that have not responded. So again, that has been intended to begin in May. At this point, the U.S. Census has not released information as to whether or not they're going to be modifying that. So I don't have information regarding that at the moment. But all the way through the end of the year, they're collecting information so that they can deliver the summary by states by March 31st of 2021. And then we've heard that this year is, this census is the only time that we've been able, that we're able to submit our responses online. And it is also, online responses are available in 13 languages. For additional information, I'm placing a website that is censuscalifornia.gov. And with that, I am available to answer any questions council may have.
Great, Yvette. Thank you very much for that. Glad to see that we're progressing. Any questions of Yvette regarding the census? Doesn't look like it, Yvette.
Councilman Member Garcia.
Yes, Mr. Councilman.
Where he's in mute.
Let me see. Unmute.
Okay.
You know what? This is a whole new experience for us, right? I mean, typically, Andy, I'm over here pushing buttons and you're going, hey, man, what do you want now? So I want to thank Yvette and Jorge because they've been extraordinarily helpful in making sure that the census project is moving forward. This is going to be good for the city of Madera and the county of Madera to make sure that we get the resources that we pay for. These are our federal dollars. And these are going to go to making sure that we're getting our teachers paid, our employees have hospital and medical insurance. All of these issues are very important. So by a show of hands, how many of us have filled out the census questionnaire, either online or by mail? There you go. So we need to make sure, well, yes, I get that. We need to make sure our residents and our folks are filling out the census, because it's very important for us. It's very important for us to get it done. It took me 10 minutes, and only because I was curious and I got online and I was doing this and that with the thing, and I wanted to find out what was going on. Hi, Hilda. And so it took me a little bit longer than necessary, but it's very easy to fill it out. It doesn't take a whole lot. So I would encourage us, leaders in our community, to make sure that we fill out the census. I want to thank the city for their participation, making sure the banner was taken care of, the lawn signs. And so as we move forward with this, I want to encourage everyone in our community to fill out the questionnaire. It's very, very important. Thank you very much. Thank you, Henrietta, and thank you, Jorge.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions of Yvette regarding the update on the 2020 census? I'll ask if there's anyone in the audience or in the lobby. I don't believe there is, but I want to give opportune time to do so with any questions. Seeing none, I'll move on to the consent calendar. Matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, a member of the public or a member of the council may request an item to be removed from the consent calendar, and it will be considered separately. Any of my colleagues wishing to pull any consent item? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
I so move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Gallegos to approve, seconded by Councilman Robinson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously 7-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to item C1. This is a public hearing and consideration, and there's 4 parts. Part 1 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Madera authorizing the annexation of territory to Community Facility Districts, or the CFD 2005-01, and authorizing the levy of a special tax and submitting that levy to the qualified electors. Part 2 is also a resolution of the Council of the City of Madera calling a special election and submitting to the voters of annexation number 8 to the City CFD 2005 propositions regarding the annual levy of said special taxes. After that, we will conduct part 3, which would be the special election, and then moving on to the final item 4, which would also be a resolution. Before we move on to those, let's go back to item C1, item 1, which is the resolution of the City Council regarding the CFD 2005-01.
Mayor, I believe you need to open the public hearing. I think that's part of the,
Is that part of my script?
yes.
I had that down for item number 3, but
Oh, is that it? Okay, I'm completely mixed up right now.
no. Well, and you tell me if I'm wrong, Hilda. I believe once we get through the first 2 resolutions, and then when we do the conducting of the special election, is that?
No, it is all of C, C1 is actually, C1 and 2 are actually the public hearing. So the script calls for you to open the public hearing, and then there's some things for you and the city clerk to announce. And then there will be a vote on, after you close the public hearing, on the 2 resolutions, and then the election will be held.
If you'll give me a moment to find that script.
You didn't remember it?
It's a little lengthy. There's 13 parts to it. So part number 1, Community Facilities District Public Hearing and Election Process for CFD 2005-01, the annexation number 8, March 18th, 2020. I now open the public hearing regarding the annexation of territory to the Community Facilities District, CFD number 2005-01. And now the city clerk has a statement.
I declare that the notice of public hearing was published on February 26, 2020.
Thank you very much for that. So staff, please proceed with your staff report. I believe this is Jesus will be giving this report.
Yes, Mayor and council members. You can bear with me if I can figure this out.
No problem. We're all learning.
Okay. Okay, I think we are here, annexation number 8. So before you, you have CFD 2005-01. The purpose of the CFD 2005-01 is to levy an annual special tax levy to finance police protection services, fire protection and suppression services, park maintenance, storm drainage systems operations and maintenance. The citywide CFD was initially formed to fund the gap between the revenues generated by new development and the cost of delivering services. The fiscal analysis identified impacts of new development within the general plan. Since its implementation in 2005, the original assessment was $311. Within our annual report, it is now up to $467 for new annexations.
I don't know if you're showing the right screen.
Is that better? 1 second.
So right now, Jesus, we're actually looking at you. We're not looking at your PowerPoint presentation.
Is this okay? So you're looking at.
We're looking at you.
Oh, I'm not sure what's going on. How about?
You look good. Keep going.
Are we on the PowerPoint presentation now?
No.
Are you on it or no?
I should be.
Let's see.
You got the power. This point.
So maybe in slide.
So let me see. Where's your exit there?
So we would want to do screen. That one. Share.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay. Should I move to the original slide, or?
I think you left off on the initial annual assessment was 311 and is now 467. Why don't you pick up right there?
Perfect. That being said, tax is deposited into the general fund. Since the impacts are specific to the general fund, utilization of the tax is quite broad, but again, they are used to fund the aforementioned services. The annexation number 8 encompasses what we call Rancho Santa Fe, including 182 single-family residences, roughly about 40 acres, as you see on your screen. At the February 5th of this year, the City Council took action on resolution adopting the boundaries of the map, as well as declaring the intent to annex the aforementioned properties. Before you is an exhibit of the existing CFDs and what would be annexation number 8. That being said, the public, before you'll be taking action on a resolution. The resolution of the City Council of the City of Madera authorizing the annexation of territory to Community Facilities Districts 2005-01 and authorizing the levy of a special tax and submitting the levy of a tax to qualified electors. The second action would be a resolution of the City Council of the City of Madera calling a special election and submitting to the voters of annexation number 8. And then you'll be conducting a special election of the qualified electors of annexation number 8 and certifying the results and considering making certain findings, certifying the results of the election and adding the territory. That being said, staff recommends completion of the election and adoption of the special resolutions necessary for the annexation of territory into CFD 2005-01. That completes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orozco. From council, are there any questions of Mr. Orozco regarding these items? I can't see all of you, so you might have to speak up if you have a question. Seeing none, I'll now open the public hearing to protest, comments, and questions from any interested parties. And again, I'm not sure if there's anyone in the audience or anyone near the phone line, but I do want to give ample time if somebody does have any protest, comments, or questions regarding this item. Thank you, Mr. Sodders. Since there are none, I will ask the city clerk, are there any written protests, and do you have any declarations?
I declare no written protests were received by the city, that there are less than 12 registered voters within the Community Facilities District, that written consents to holding the Community Facilities District elections today have been received from all landowners within the proposed annexation number 8. That I concur with the holding of the special election for annexation number 8.
Thank you very much, Alicia. I will now close the public hearing, and I will ask if there's a motion to adopt resolutions 1 and 2.
Mr. Mayor, I so move that we adopt resolution 1 and 2 as presented.
Second.
Hilda, at this point, am I calling for the question or am I proceeding with the election?
No, you're going to go ahead and call for the question on that motion for the 2 resolutions.
It's been properly moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Robinson to approve both resolutions. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Both resolutions pass unanimously. And so, City Clerk, I will now call on you to conduct the election.
1 ballot has been received. I now close the election and announce the results. As to annexing the property under annexation number 8 to CFD number 2005-01. There's 1 yes vote, 0 no votes. I declare the annexation passes unanimously. Council, you may proceed to consider adoption of the resolution declaring the election results.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution declaring the results?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt, waive further reading and adopt item C14.
Second.
It has been properly moved by Councilman Rodriguez and seconded by Councilman Hawley to approve the motion to adopt the resolution certifying the results of the election and adding the territory in annexation number 8 CFD 2005-01. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries by a vote of 7-0. That's unanimous. Thank you, everybody, very much for that. Thank you, Jesus. We've moved item D1 to a later date. So moving on to item D2. This is consideration of a resolution adopting the City of Madera project list for fiscal year 2020, 2021 funded by Senate Bill SB1, which is the Road Maintenance and Rehab Account, also known as RMRA, Local Streets and Roads Funding Program. I believe Mr. Helmuth will be giving this report.
Mayor and council members. Just to check, we can see the PowerPoint, right? Thank you. Yes. This item is for the Road Maintenance Rehabilitation Account, RMRA, Local Streets and Roads Funding Program for the fiscal year 2020-2021 project list. Purpose of this item is to adopt the City of Madera project list for fiscal year 2021, which is funded by Senate Bill SB1, Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account, RMRA again, Local Streets and Roads Funding Program. What is the RMRA LSR funding program? In April 2017, the governor of the state of California signed SB1, known as the Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017. The state controller deposits portions of new funding into the RMRA account, of which a percentage will be continuously apportioned by the controller to eligible cities and counties. Streets and Highways Code section 2034A1 requires that an eligible city shall submit eligible proposed to be funded with the RMRA fund pursuant to an adopted resolution by the applicable council at a regular meeting. RMRA revenue. This particular table illustrates how much the funding has been going up from year to year. This marks the fourth year that the city has received SB1 funding, which enables the city to continue essential road maintenance and rehabilitation projects.
I have a PowerPoint.
Okay.
There you go.
Right.
Okay. I apologize. Two in a row makes good. I'm gonna go back just a little bit. I won't repeat everything I've said, but going through the slides slowly here. The purpose of the item, which was to go ahead and provide road maintenance rehabilitation for local streets and funding program. What is the RMRA? 2017, governor signed the bill. State controller deposits portions of the funding into the RMRA account. A portion that goes to the City of Madera. Streets and Highways Code requires that the eligible submit these projects to the CTC. The list of those projects to be funded with the RMRA pursuant to an adopted resolution by the City Council. RMRA funding. This is where I believe I left off. This particular table shows the increases in funding from inception on RMRA. This our fourth year, 2021. The city is receiving SB1 funding that enables the city to continue essential road maintenance and rehabilitation projects, safety improvements, and repair of aging bridges. We do anticipate receiving $1.25 million this year from the RMA account. Generate a list. The city does use a pavement management system or software to develop revenues that are used in the most cost-effective projects. And by what I mean cost-effective is we're looking at projects that allow us to avoid increased costs in the future. As an example, one of the first measures that we would take is to go ahead and seal roadways. We seal the roadways so that we avoid needing the next step, which is sometimes the overlay, where we actually grind the street and put down a new surface course of about inch and a quarter of asphalt. We will also try to avoid going from an overlay to a total reconstruction. This list coming out of the software assists us in trying to go ahead and prevent us from making those steps from one measure to the next most expensive measure. And going from one to the next generally will represent an increase of maybe 5 times what the previous one cost. So this over time will save the city substantial amounts of money. The RMRA is allowing us to get far ahead of where we would have been without it. The PMS allows us to develop that list for arterial and collector streets. portion of this that reflects local and residential streets was generated by our Public Works Department. Not all of the streets within the city of Madera are in our PMS system just yet. We will, in the next few years, likely include the rest of the residential streets and do exactly the same thing. But in the meantime, our Public Works Department is following the same guidelines to go ahead and determine which streets would be added to the list. It is anticipated in the fiscal year 2021 RMA funds that they'll be split between arterial collector streets and local residential streets at a 70-30 ratio. In other words, 70% of our funding is going to collect an arterial and 30 to one of the residential and local streets. This map here illustrates where we're planning on putting projects down on the street for the 2021 fiscal year. The legend indicates that I guess that's greenish line. Those are the arterial collectors, and the bluish type lines are more residential and local. With that, staff recommends that the City Council approve the 2021 SB project list, planned to be funded with RMA revenue funds. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Keith, very much. Any questions of Mr. Helmuth regarding this item?
Mr. Helmuth, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Have we done any kind of studies over the historical repairs of streets in the city of Madera? I've heard, and I've been I've been a vocal critic of the street and disrepair on the east side of 99 for a time now. Is that founded? Is that reality, or am I just looking at my streets as being neglected? Do you have any kind of information that you can provide us?
I'd be happy to go ahead and provide what we do have. The pavement management software, or PMS for short. How we arrived at that, we actually hired a firm to go down up and down the streets, and they have a special camera on it. Go ahead and the camera looks to see where there are cracks or deterioration in the roadways, and then it puts a pavement condition index. It ranks it between 0 being essentially dirt or no road, all the way to 100, which is a new road. And what that list does is it tells you where you are between 0 and 100. We look to go ahead and find those projects that are ready to cross over from a seal, an overlay, or from an overlay to reconstruction. So I'd be happy to go ahead and get you some information to give you a better understanding of whether your observation is accurate or not.
Yeah, that would definitely be helpful. You know, as I've lived in the east side of Madera, and I've been concerned about whether or not we're spending the resources. If I had that information, I would, definitely benefit. I don't know if my fellow council members feel the same way, but it would be helpful to know that. Sure.
One other thing I can volunteer to for everybody to help understand on this. We've only used this. We've only done a survey once, and it's been about 5 years. And what we need to do, we want to come back with a second survey. And what that does with the software is allows the software to go ahead and see, to calculate how fast any given road is deteriorating. So if we go from, I'm going to go ahead and say a PCI of 50, which is not such a good street. If we go from a 50 to a 40 fairly quickly, it might tell us that we need to go ahead and put more money into that street. If another street that had a 50 before only went from a 50 to say a 47. So we do need a follow-up on that to go ahead and better assess how fast the streets are degrading in certain parts of the town. We go ahead and get to that list.
And Keith, so do we have a timeline in terms of when we're going to do that, or do we have a schedule for that? And
it was scheduled for this year, but I will probably discuss that more at the upcoming CIP meeting. It is another one of those projects that that we do have to get to.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got one.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Keith, so this is just one of the funding sources. I know this is, I forgot the acronym for it, road maintenance though, but this isn't the only funding source for street repairs. I mean, I know we don't have limited resources, but there are other funding sources where potentially other projects can come up. And you mentioned the CIP projects. I know that's how we prioritize, but is this the only funding source that we have for the repairs for the next fiscal year?
We do have multiple possible sources that can be used. We have Measure T funds that can also be used. In fact, in the 1920 project list, we are adding in a road 28 and a quarter using Measure T funds, tacking those on top of the RMRI funds to go ahead and get a road repaired that was degrading faster than anybody would have hoped. We also can conceivably use local transportation funds, which is derived by gas taxes. We can use gas taxes, but many of these funds already have fairly well-defined locations where we send the monies to.
Thank you.
If I can just add, Keith, I wanted to ask a question. When it comes to enterprise funds, when we have things like the sinkhole on Schnorr, whether it be Schnorr and Howard or most recently Schnorr near Foxglove, any transportation dollars used for the surface streets or to repair? And then more of a statement, there's a lot of moving parts to your plan when we do assessments of roads. From the time we do assessments and we get through a very wet winter, that assessment changes, correct? What's nice is last year when we got a lot of water, that was the good news. The bad news is it really kind of hurt our streets. Cracks turned into larger cracks, turned into chunks of asphalt, turned into repairs that just months prior we didn't think we were going to have. So can you answer both of those questions, please?
I'll try to go ahead and hit them. Good observations. What happens when we get the rain? If the streets haven't been sealed, there's the potential for rainwater to go ahead and get into the cracks and move down into the base. When the water moves into the base, it starts to create a pumping action with the roadway. Every car tire that goes over the top of the roadway, the pavement goes up and down just a little bit, and it squeezes it like a sponge. It pushes the soil particles out through the crack and up to the surface. You do that long enough and you create a void underneath the pavement and it starts to fall apart. So when that happens, if the road isn't sealed, it is possible that the quality of the roadway surface starts to deteriorate faster than our pavement management software would predict. One of the things that we also attempt to do when we're working with pavement management software, when we actually move into projects, is to do a visual on that, to try to make certain that the software is generally correct and some projects aren't moving forward when another street moves faster. One of the things that the Public Works Department is doing this year is they are actively going to start doing crack seal on the pavements. Crack seal will assist in reducing the amount of water that gets down to the base. Now, I've probably lost one of those questions if I haven't answered one of those.
It was in regards to maintenance when we have a cracked water line, but it damages the surface street.
Oh, yeah.
The funding for that, would that come from this same funding source or from enterprise or a little bit of both?
It could come from both, but generally speaking, if there's damage due to a break, the funding source for that is likely to come from, if it's a water line, the water fund would repair the water line and the surface. Same for sewer, would be the sewer funds. It's not inconceivable that we might go ahead and use transportation funds to go ahead and fix portions of that.
Okay. Lots of moving parts, constantly changing, but I too look forward to the most recent update to that assessment. Any other questions of Mr. Helmuth from Council?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Derek.
Councilman Robinson.
Yes, you know, I know you're supposed to be working with the county, collaborating, you know, on projects. And, you know, Adele Street, that's still on the boundary, right, of the city and the county?
It is.
That's the worst street in Madera.
One of them.
Yeah. And Ellis probably between Lake and D Street. I know that they're planning to build houses right there on Ellis, right?
There is a development proposal to go ahead and build about 20 houses along what would be a Kennedy Street Adele interconnect, as well as several houses along Lake Street. And
will they make the developer repair the street?
Typically, we don't make developers require. Typically, we don't require them.
Or a sidewalk, I mean.
They would repair sidewalks and curb and gutter.
Yes.
That particular development, if we're thinking of the same one, that would be new construction of roadway.
Yes.
With the exception of a few things on Lake Street.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Hawley, you had a question?
Yeah, not so much of on the street. Keith, I'd like to just thank you for the progress you guys are making on Ollie. I see a lot going on over there, and I'm kind of pleased with what I see. I was there the other day. Is PG&E holding us up with the wiring to get that so we can finish tearing down the buildings?
We have been. It appears as though we have been slowed down by PG&E. Oddly enough, they seem to have been. From what I'm hearing, they seem to have accelerated their interactions with us as a result of them going remote. Staff members going, I guess, working from their houses. One of the concerns or one of the slowdowns was the crossing of the railroad. The railroad continues to be an issue for us. We're not going to let that stop us on the project. We're going to go ahead and do what we did on 4th Street a few years ago if we have to. And we'll neck down the street into the railroad until we can go ahead and get approval to move forward with the rest. But we do appear to have, it appears as though we will have everything we need with PG&E within the next 2 weeks. I understand the 24th is the date that we should receive drawings that we can, so to speak, bank on. We're out to advertisement on the undergrounding. Bid opening, I want to say is April 2nd for underground power lines.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Keith. I appreciate it. Any other questions of Mr. Helmuth regarding item D2? Is there anyone in the public or audience wishing to call in for comment on item D2? Hearing none, seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for action.
So move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Robinson to approve item D2 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously 7-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to item D3, this is consideration of a resolution approving the award of the intersection improvements at the intersection of Isla Vista Court and Caitlin Drive. This is city project number TS-30 in the amount of $25,160. Mr. Helmuth.
This next item will be presented by Victor Aldama.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, council members, members of the public, and public watching online. My name is Victor Aldama. I'm here tonight presenting the award of contract for another project, the intersection improvements at Isla Vista Court and Caitlin Drive, also known as city project number TS-13. Just a quick history about the project. This project was advertised February 13th of this year. We opened bids on February 27th. There were 4 contractors that provided a proposal for us. A local contractor, David J. Boyle Electric Shop, located in Madera, submitted the lowest responsive and responsible bid.
You're not online. We can't see the
presentation.
All right, thank you.
I'll start back again. I guess the third is a charm, right?
We're all learning, Victor. We're all learning as we go.
So again, for tonight's meeting, I'm presenting the awarded contract for intersection improvements at Isla Vista Court and Highland Drive, city project number TS13. Quick history about the project. We advertised back in February 13th of this year. We opened bids in February 27th. There were 4 contractors that provide proposal for this project. There was a local contractor that provided the lowest bid, located in Madera. David J. Boyle Electric Shop was the most responsive and responsible bidder. Quick background about the project. As part of the capital improvement project meeting back in April last year, City Council determined that the intersection should be modified to meet current traffic circle design standards to prevent illegal turning movements and improve safety at this location. As you can see on the image below, drivers were making illegal left turn movements going into Isla Vista and going into Highland Drive. As part of the solution, staff is recommending the installation of raised splitter median islands to mitigate the illegal turning movements of this intersection. Okay, this next slide represents the schematics for the project layout. Once the project is completed, this is how it's going to look like. As you can see on the image, we are going to be installing median islands on all north, south, east, and west side of the intersection to mitigate the problem for the left turning movements. Okay, in conclusion, staff is recommending to award the contract to David J. Boyle Electric Shop in the amount of $25,160. I'm opening this up for questions. So ready for any questions?
Thank you very much, Victor. Any questions with Mr. Aldama regarding this particular item? Just a couple of comments. I want to thank you, Victor and Keith and your department for moving on this one. I also want to thank the residents of the area for reaching out to the City of Madera and expressing their concerns, the people who live there through Neighborhood Watch and just members of that neighborhood in general that get to see kind of the illegal traffic patterns and things that were going on in that particular roundabout. So when can they expect construction to start?
So as soon as council approves tonight's award of contract, we're looking to possibly start within 2 weeks time frame. The contractor is currently waiting for the approval. So once we get that, we could issue a notice to proceed and begin as soon as possible.
Great. And in regards to the contractor, Boyle Electric has been a family-owned business in Madera for generations, really. And just want to point out that they were also awarded the bid to do the bus stops and canopies around the city of Madera and did a fantastic job in doing so. So we look forward to seeing some more of their great work.
That's what I heard also.
Any other comments or questions? Anyone from the audience wishing to speak on this particular item or call in? Seeing none, hearing none, I'll bring it back to council for action.
Mayor, before council's action, if I may just add something.
Sure.
So just let the record show that I actually, I do live nearby. And I measured it right now because I started thinking, I was like, I think I live awfully close. So I'm currently renting a home 941 feet away. So, however, prior to moving into the home where I was at, I was a little bit closer. But again, this was at the direction of council at last year's CIP project. However, I'm not a homeowner in the area. I happen to rent. And again, I live 941 feet away from the northern boundary of the traffic circle. So thank you.
I appreciate that. And as you had mentioned, back in April, you were a little bit further away. But I do have records showing and some text messages and emails from neighbors in that neighborhood, probably 6 to 9 months before you even it came to the city of Madera.
So
It's been a
also,
management thing.
I didn't move into the neighborhood until August, 4 months after that CIP project. So just for the record,
Yeah.
and just to, you know,
Yeah, okay, Arnoldo. Yeah, we
Thank
know.
you.
You're taking
And
care of your.
you're beyond the 500 feet, so you're okay.
I am.
Yeah,
I am.
okay,
Full
Arnoldo.
disclosure.
Nice move, city manager.
Transparency and full disclosure. I like that. Any other questions or comments from council or staff? Seeing none.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move and approve item D3 as presented.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Second, Derek.
It's been moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Robinson to approve item D3 as presented, noting that our city manager lives 941 feet away. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for that. Moving on to item D4, these are amendments to the existing agreements with the Fresno Madera Area Agency on Aging, also known as the FMAAA, to receive additional one-time only funds to serve adult citizens, more specifically, consideration of adopting, and there's 4 parts. There are 3 resolutions and consideration of a minute order. That being said, I will turn it over to our presenter, which is our Chief of Police, Chief Dino Lawson.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
It should be.
Is it Mr. Scarborough?
It is.
That would make a little more sense.
You know, the chief can go ahead and run with it if he's comfortable.
No, that's
No, I don't want too much power there. Go ahead.
that's totally my fault, Mr. Scarborough.
Oh, no problem. The PowerPoint is showing up okay?
Not yet.
No.
It's not?
Hit share screen.
I'm sorry?
Hit share screen. Share the screen.
Give me just a second.
The green one in the middle, on the bottom.
There you go.
You see there, the chief did want to do this particular item.
How about now?
It's not
Great.
Good? Okay.
Perfect.
Sorry about the repetition, but tonight you will consider a resolution approving Amendment 1 to the site management and senior transportation agreements with the FMAAA, also known as the Fresno Madera Area Agency on Aging. Parks and Community Services receives annual funding from the FMAAA to provide congregate meal programs and transportation services. On July 3rd, 2019, Council approved agreements for $24,000 for management services and $16,866 for transportation services, covering the period of July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2020.
John,
Yes.
can you please open your PowerPoint? The settings on the very top there?
The display settings?
Yes.
Yes.
Actually,
It would be duplicate slideshow, right? Try that.
I believe
It looks right on my end, but how's
No,
that?
I believe it was the other one. There we go.
No.
There you go. That's it.
Okay. You like me to back up?
No.
No,
Okay.
thank you.
Essentially, we got $24,000 for management services, $16,866 for transportation, covering this entire fiscal year. These funds are used to support salaries of staff engaged in the senior meal programs. That statement is specific to the $24,000. On occasion, the FMAAA receives additional allocations from the federal government, which can be passed on as one-time only funds for use during the contract period. The FMAAA has provided amendments to the city for both the site management and transportation agreements with additional funding of $16,800 and $10,000 respectively. On March 13th, 2020, this was last week, due to the COVID-19 state of emergency, the FMAAA discontinued all congregate meals. They will instead be providing home-delivered meals to older adults in the program. In an effort to keep the community safe during the COVID-19 pandemic, effective March 16th, last Friday, 2020, the city suspended all senior recreation programs and closed both the Frank Burgon Senior Center and the Pan Am Community Center until further notice. The closing of the senior centers has temporarily suspended, you know what, I can't read it, the need for staff to serve meals at each of the 2 senior sites. These changes will at least delay and may eliminate our ability for staff to bill staff hours to the meal program. Let's see if I can fix this. There, that's better. If the closure of senior centers is relatively short, it's assumed the meal program will resume and at least a portion of the additional funding will be used. If the closure is of a longer duration, our ability to use the additional funds may be limited, and a larger portion of the funds will go unused. In both of these scenarios, any unspent funds left at the end of the fiscal year will need to be returned to the FMAAA. City Council options at this point are to adopt the resolution approving the amendments with the understanding that unspent funds will be returned to FMAAA at the end of the fiscal year, and direct staff to decline the one-time only funds, or refer the item back to staff for further clarification. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. Any questions for Mr. Scarborough regarding these items? Anyone wishing to call in or address the council from the public?
What's your recommendation, John?
It makes about as much sense for the money to sit in our bank account as it does for it to sit in FMAA's. And as long as everybody has a clear understanding that if the program comes back online, we're going to make a run at spending as much of the funds as possible with the goal of spending them all. But it's important for everyone to understand that it is possible that we would fall short. Worst case scenario at that time is that we have to return funds that are unspent. So we rely on essentially billable hours. The funds go to support staff salaries, but being that the centers are closed, staff are not currently working at the center, so we're not generating any expenses. And then as far as how long this persists, I think it's anybody's guess. I think Hilda mentioned early in the meeting that the situation is just very fluid. There's new information coming out, not even daily, but hourly. And it's a little bit of a wait and see. I think in a couple of weeks, we probably will have a better idea. But our recommendation at this point would be to go ahead and accept the money.
I concur.
I would never want to turn away any money, and we have till the end of the year. My question is, John, does the money have to be spent by the end of the year or just procured before the end of the year?
It has to be spent.
Okay.
So it goes to fund activities through June 30.
Okay.
Yeah, I got one question for John.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. So for the contracted services in table 2 of the report, I'm looking
Yes.
at that report. So some of it was, transportation services. So buying bus tickets. Those bus tickets expire. I mean, can we just like buy them all and then save them for, the future, or distribute them to the seniors, right? And if they don't have an expiration date on them, they can use them and we obviously don't want them out right now, given everything that's going on with COVID-19. But I mean, I don't know, is that out of the question to ask, or is that something that we shouldn't do?
It's actually a great question. The transportation portion of this grant is the part that we are least worried about. We get an additional $10,000. That's an additional 20,000 tickets. We pay 50 cents a piece for them. We believe that we can pretty easily disperse 20,000 additional tickets before the end of the fiscal year. Even with the shutdown, depending on the guidance from the county health and the CDC as far as social distancing and that sort of thing, it's not out of the realm of possibility that we could have seniors drive through the parking lot of the senior centers and we could hand them tickets. So we're actively exploring alternatives like that. And there again, it depends. If it gets to a point to where our senior population, there's to be, nobody's to leave their house, that kind of thing, then it would be a little more difficult. We don't think we're going to get to that point, but it's yet to be determined.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm like you. It's best for us to just take the money and keep it in our bank, and if it doesn't get spent, we just send back what we unused spent. Simple as that. Better to have it than not have it.
I agree.
So with that, I move to approve the resolution 1.
Second.
Once again, it's been properly moved by Councilman Hawley and seconded by Councilman Robinson. I'll ask if there's any further questions from council or anyone from the audience. Seeing none, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sounds like that motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving on to item D5, this is consideration of a minute order adopting an access agreement with Ring LLC for access to the neighbors portal and authorizing the chief of police to execute the agreement. Now it's Chief Dino Lawson.
I would defer to John though. He did such a great job. So bear with me with this IT skills here. They will amaze you. They will amaze you here.
I believe we were sent, is this correct? We were sent a new acknowledgement form?
Yeah, what, let me get back here. So when we submitted our report, we submitted with Ring's old access agreement. Well, by the time it was approved and before the presentation could be completed, Ring came out with a new agreement form, and that's what was disseminated to you earlier this evening. And so what I want to say is what's in the PowerPoint is not the acknowledgement form, but what you were emailed and what you have now is the new acknowledgement form.
Great.
I was to advise council of that beforehand. Like I said, Bear, this is, and I am.
Where's Gino at? Gino?
You know what? He's at home. And I told you, I will get.
If you click on the PowerPoint right there, can you just double click on that one?
Boom. Can you see it now?
No.
Not the full scope.
If you want to continue to click, keep clicking on it a few times. There we go.
How's that?
And that works. You just want to start the presentation. So on the very top, on the right, go to the right a little bit. Right there. If you, no, to the left, that one.
See, I told you, right there. Start from the beginning. All right. See?
Awesome.
You just got to bear with me.
Awesome.
It comes to technology. I'm in the dark ages.
Yeah, and then Chief, if you go up to display settings on the top, in the middle.
Yep, that's it.
Click on that.
Boom. How's that?
There you go.
All right.
Thank you.
Is that better?
Looks
Yeah.
good.
Yes.
All right, so tonight I'm very happy to give a presentation. We would like to enter into an agreement or a partnership with Ring, which is and I'll show you as we go through here. Here's a video that is going to explain the product and just a real brief synopsis of everything that we want to achieve here.
Welcome to Neighbors. I'm Jamie Siminoff, founder of Ring. Ring Neighbors puts the power of your neighbors, the Ring team, and local law enforcement right in your hands. It's the new Neighborhood Watch. You set up the area around your home that you'd like to monitor. We'll send you real-time crime and safety alerts to keep you safe and in the know. Your neighbors, the Ring team, and local law enforcement all proactively working together to make your neighborhood safer. And if you see something suspicious, share it. Neighbors is the power of community to prevent and reduce crime. Your privacy and data is our #1 concern. The community will only see what you choose to share. Millions of Ring neighbors are already using it. Invite your neighbors to join, and let's build safer neighborhoods together. Welcome to Neighbors.
Okay, there's a nice and informative video there. So the Ring is a home security system. Their most common product is most people have seen, is the Ring doorbell that has the camera in it. And this is how the app works. Through the neighborhood by the Ring app, you're able to share videos of suspicious activity that occurs. Now, we don't actually, when we sign, we don't actually go in and take this. It's the individuals that have it that submit it. They'll sign an agreement with Ring and they submit it to us. We don't take it from them. It's all volunteer, and they'll give it to us. Now, we will get alerts that in this area, this camera may have captured something. And then we could contact the individual that has that and go out and retrieve the footage. So it's not intrusive or Big Brother that we're out tapping into things. It is the citizens that are actively submitting it to us through Ring. It reduces the amount of time spent trying to contact Ring users because we get the alerts here at the PD. Gives us another tool to communicate with the community members about crime in their area. It makes gathering video evidence more efficient because we don't have to go door to door and asking if they have the video. We already know that they have it. It's more or less would they like to provide it to us. Increases officers' awareness of problems and concerns within their beat. Officers would be able to access this within their vehicles and gain that video from the neighborhood, and it also will track the crime in that area. The Fourth Amendment concerns. You're always going to hear some individuals have Fourth Amendment concerns. Well, the Ring app requires users to agree to make comment they post public. So whatever they decide to post, the citizen has to agree before it be allowed to be posted on the social network by Ring. They have to sign a contract, if you will. This means that the user uploads we would be viewing would not be under any expectation of privacy at all. The Madera Police Department would only be able to view the videos or messages posted to the public app, not all videos recorded, but not uploaded to the public app. I'm sorry, okay. So with it, this is, I'm sorry, am I jumping ahead? Thought I heard voices. No, okay. I'm getting feedback over here for some reason.
Yeah, I'm hearing too.
Yeah. So this is really, it is a huge benefit for the PD. As you know, we're trying to get as many camera systems as we can throughout the city and out to our citizens to help us fight crime. And this is really a huge multiplier within our neighborhoods. And right now, Ring is the provider that has offered this to us free of charge. And so it will multiply our ability to have cameras throughout the city from everyone that is a Ring subscriber. And it's used in quite a few cities, and it would really be a huge benefit as far as reducing crime and gaining video footage from our citizens. And what the PD is asking is consideration of a minute order adopting an access agreement from Ring LLC to access the neighbors portal and authorizing the police chief to execute that agreement and any related documents on behalf of the city. With that, I am free to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Thank you, Chief. And I completely agree that the partnership we have with our community now as we speak continues to increase. Through Neighborhood Watch and Business Watch, I think our community is willing to participate and help law enforcement in any way they can with their doorbell devices or cameras and things like that. So this is just a huge tool in helping to combat crime. But just wanted to make the point that our community really, really wants to do their part and partner with Madera Police Department. So I know we're experiencing that now. And so I look forward to continuing that partnership and letting the community know that they can not only be our eyes and ears, but literally be those eyes and ears through the Ring app to help us with a number of things that happen in our neighborhoods. Thank you very much for that. I think this is a great idea.
Well, thank you. And yeah, the partnership with the community is really great. And it's through the hard work of our people here and the other city staff. I mean, you know, nobody does it alone, and we have just great citizens here. And this is really going to help us immensely. It multiplies the number of cameras and eyes out there in the field at no cost to us or the city.
Right. Thank you so much. Any council member have any questions or comments for the chief on this item?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question. Chief, with this crisis in the COVID-19, have you seen an increase or spike in a lot of these crimes that are taking place with respects to theft?
Well, you know, it's really early on, but to answer your question, actually the call volume here, calls for service, have actually decreased. But we're having to adjust as we see trends happen. So for instance, and I don't want to give you know, too much weight, but instead say we would concentrate on residential burglaries. But right now, because people are at home now, the likelihood of residential burglaries aren't occurring. However, you want to concentrate more on the business districts now, people buying groceries, supplies, because you don't want thefts or robberies to occur there. So we're adapting and changing our approach. But the calls for service themselves so far have decreased.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome, Chief. You're welcome.
Chief, did I miss something, or do those folks that have the Ring, they have to comply, or do they have to get permission?
Yes, and that was, you know, because people always ask, isn't this a violation of the Fourth Amendment? We can't demand or access it on our own. The individual homeowner has to sign an agreement whether they want to enter this program with Ring and whether what they post socially, if they're willing to release that to us.
Okay.
So it's all permission based. We can't, you know, be Big Brother, nor would we want to. I'd never, ever want to be Big Brother and impose my will on our citizens. So they sign agreements and give it up willingly to help us fight crime.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a great tool to fight crime. Do they have to sign an agreement prior to, or do they have, when they purchase, do they say, all right, whatever happens with the video, I release all responsibility and allow it?
Yeah, no.
How does that go? How does that work?
So my understanding, they'll purchase, say if it's the door, but they'll purchase it. And then Ring representatives send information to them. Would you like to participate in this program? This is what we do. We would provide this information, video, what have you, to law enforcement. Are you willing to do that? Yes or no?
Okay.
And so then they enter into an agreement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Chief Lawson?
Okay.
Do we have any phone-in comments or comments from the public? Seeing none, hearing none, I'll bring it back to council for action.
Motion to approve?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Garcia and seconded, I believe, by Councilman Robinson to approve item D5. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for adding to our tool belt and protecting the citizens of our city.
Absolutely, Chief. Thank you. Item D6 has been moved. Moving on to item E1, this is consideration of a request to hire a permanent assistant engineer in the engineering department. I believe Mr. Helmuth will be taking this one.
I'm hoping I break the streak here with the PowerPoint, so I'm going to go ahead and
You're getting better.
All right.
Right. Okay. I feel better about it. Okay. This item is to request, it's a request to add one full-time assistant engineer. The purpose of the request is based upon the fact that the workload and associated backlog has been increasing under the current conditions, and in fact has been increasing for a few years now. If you look at this series of bullet points here in this chart, going back to about 15-16, our revenue was about $80,000 per year. In the 18-19 fiscal year, we had moved up to $289,000, and we're probably going to go ahead and match the 289 or so this year. And what that represents over the course of about 3 or 4 years is an extra $200,000. That's almost the equivalent of 1 or 2 people right there, just in terms of if we're bringing in the revenue, that equates to personnel. Additionally, we've had a number of one-time work efforts here in the last year or so that staff is focused on and has tended to draw us away from a few of our projects. So the backlog on that, and that's the Affordable Housing Sustainable Grant, which we know is going to move into a project, and the engineering department and other departments are going to be working on such things as additional miles of sidewalk. The fire station is coming to completion. That's going to be done early April. The transit facility is in fact mostly done, and we're looking towards the ribbon cutting on that. The wastewater treatment plant, we just put about $5 million into that, including an emergency repair in the last year or so. And then of course the state route is downtown Main Street transportation grant. Those are a number of one-time efforts that we've worked on. Our backlog projects that are going to construction. We have a number of projects that are going to construction because we see mentioning backlog doesn't mean that we haven't been putting projects out. All around City of Madera right now, you see work going on, whether it's private construction or capital. There's a lot of work going on. Private development is progressing. We have a number of subdivisions. We have more subdivisions going on right now, in fact, than we've had for probably about 12, 13 years. And Village D with over 10,000 units and over 1 million square foot of retail, that seems to be moving forward. And we'll probably see things hitting the ground in the next year or so. But some of our projects and activities are moving slower than we would like, and that's one of the reasons we're making this request. Examples of that are the Almond Avenue traffic study. We want to move forward with that traffic study because it's the precursor to the actual road project, which will tell us what we want to do with that road, what we're going to be doing with Stadium Drive, Stadium Avenue. We really got that wrong. But what we'll be doing with Stadium and trying to work with accommodating traffic on Stadium. Some of our CDBG projects, we'd like to move forward with those, and we will be moving forward. And then just in the last discussion from a couple items back, PMS software, that may be delayed this year unless we have additional support. We want to move forward with that, and we should. And then we have regulations, a number of things that we want to bring to council to go ahead and make those part of the code that discuss such things as the floodplain ordinance. And floodplain ordinance, as an example, tells developers they need to keep their finished floors at least 1 foot above the finished curb, and a number of other things that are designed to protect growth, new buildings, new houses from floods. There are a number of ways to address backlog. One of those, which is the subject of this particular report, is adding staff. Other is temporary staffing. We've made attempts in the past to go ahead and get temporary staff in the recent past, that is. We've been very successful on 1 or 2 occasions. So we have staff on board right now that we got through temporary staffing. But recently, the temporary staffing, the applications haven't necessarily met the experience requirements that we have. Others are hiring consultants to do larger projects. When we move into projects like 4th Street or Lake Street, we will typically go ahead and hire consultants. And yet one more option is to do on-call consultants. We actually are preparing a request for proposal to get on-call consultants where we can just go ahead and call them up and say, move on this is the scope and price. If we consider it reasonable, we hire them. We would already have agreements in place that council would have approved with the individual consultants, and allows us to move forward quicker. Based on all that, staff is recommending that City Council approve the proposed reorganization that reduces part-time staffing allocations and adds 1 full-time assistant engineer. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great, Keith. Thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Helmuth from council?
Mayor, if I may just add something.
Sure.
One of the things, as council is very well aware, since I've been here for 15 months, I have yet to go before council to add a position. I did go to council not too long ago, actually during the last budget cycle, where we asked to add a job classification for management analyst 2 position. One of the reasons, in speaking with the engineering department, we've lost a couple of people recently due to retirement, who were very well experienced with Chris Bosch and Les. And they're and to be candid, I think the city was extremely lucky to have 2 people with their experience and of their caliber. And so what's happened is both of them retiring, and I think they were in their mid 80s. That's exacerbated kind of the issue. And so in speaking with Keith, one of the challenges that we're having is the job market. Now, granted, things are starting to change over the past couple of days, we believe, but the challenge that we have is when we wrote the report a couple of weeks ago, we didn't think things were going to be this fluid. With that being said, we still have enough work. We understand we have a backlog. The community's expectations and council's expectations and our own expectations are that we get some of these projects moving forward. Are we going to be able to hire? Could we hire someone that's more experienced? Probably, but that's challenging in the job market. The job market is still fairly tight, especially for professional engineers. They're hard to come by. We're very fortunate that we were able to pick up a couple of, again, part-time engineers that are seasoned engineers. But if you take a look at the engineering department, a good number of employees there are part-time employees. And we feel that it would be the prudent thing to do would be to bring on someone who's a permanent city employee. We're not making this request lightly. I struggled with it because this would be a purchasable employee. However, how I said, we have a good number of people in the department that have recently retired that were part-time employees. We still have a handful of our professional staff in engineering are also part-time. And so we feel that it would be appropriate just based on the numbers that Keith provided, and then also understanding some of the expectations from council and the community, that we do have some projects that we need to make some progress on. And that's one of the reasons that we felt that the appropriate thing to do would be to come before council and make a request to add a full-time position. And it would be a budgeted position moving forward, of course. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, and I concur completely. It's a great problem to have in the fact that we have the need, we have the work, we have a lot of development that's happening in the city. So the last thing I would want to do is to ignore that fact. So I think it's great. I think we need to add this position simply because the workload as it stands right now is overwhelming for the current staff that we have. Any other questions or comments from council? Anyone here at City Hall or wishing to call in any comment or questions? Seeing none, hearing none, I'll bring it back to council for action.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move to approve the recommendation.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Hawley, and I'm sorry, seconded by,
Councilmember Montes.
who was it? It was seconded by
Aye.
Councilman Steve Montes to approve item E1. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously 7-0.
Thank you.
Item E2 was moved to a later date. So now we'll move on to council member reports, announcements, and future agenda items. This portion of the meeting is reserved for the mayor and council members to make brief reports on boards, committees, and other public agencies and public events, to request updates, and also to initiate future agenda items and to take action on matters initiated under this section of the agenda. Under this section of council, may take action only on items specifically agendized and which meet other requirements for action. That being said, I will deviate from the norm and look at my photo collage I have in front of me and start with Councilman Jose Rodriguez.
Nothing to report at this moment, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Derek Robinson.
The Love Truck Center signing, ribbon cutting was excellent, and I enjoyed that, and more progress for the city. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cici Gallegos. You might be muted, but if I'm a good lip reader, you said nothing to report.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Santos Garcia.
He's muted.
I'm not looking forward to doing this way. I'm very much hopeful that we'll get back to normal. I would really like to get back to normal. Very uncomfortable having to do it this way, and I'd like to have the citizenry and our residents be able to come and attend our meetings, be vocal about how we're guiding the city. I do have one request. I have not heard for some time now about the project that we have for the veterans facility and the low-income facility that we're proposing to construct. So if we could have a report, I would very much appreciate that. My request is for the chief to give us an update on the fire department, what has been done during the last year, how we've been combating fires and what types of fires. We haven't heard that. So I would very much appreciate what we're doing. I know that we've had an update about the construction of the new firehouse, but we have other issues that I'd like to hear. So if we could have a future update on that, I would appreciate both those issues being addressed.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Councilman Steve Montes.
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Councilman Donald Hawley.
I'm last. Hey, praise the Lord.
Not at all.
My only thing is I love what we're doing towards the city, getting everybody noticeable. But we got to remember we shouldn't panic. You know, a lot of folks have jumped the gun and started a panic epidemic. But if we do the right things for our constituents, I think we're in better shape than a whole lot of other counties and cities around us. I was sent an email today about what are we doing with the school district and are they at the table with us? And he's going to call me tomorrow to meet one of the board members. Want to know, are they being kept in the loop of what's going on in the city? So I didn't know if Nardo had met with them or anyone on the Unified School District to update them on what's going on. So that's all I had to report.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Mr. Rodriguez, did you want to comment on that?
Yes, please. I am in constant communication with both Talal, the superintendent at Madera Unified School District, and also Angel, the president at State Center Community College. Actually, earlier tonight, we exchanged emails. We exchanged emails over the past couple of days. We met face to face on Sunday for several hours. We exchanged emails on Saturday. And so we have been in communication with them. I think Todd, Angel, and myself have excellent relationship. And those are two individuals in our community that I can pick up the phone and I can call them, and they do the same. Earlier today, I reported that that Madera Metro bus line number 3 will be going offline. That's the bus that currently goes to State Center Community College. That's going to occur on Friday. Actually, so tomorrow will be the last day. That was done in consultation with State Center Community College. That decision was not made in a silo. Rather, we talked about it. We know their plans. We talked about it, and we collectively felt that it was the appropriate thing to do, simply because there's a nominal number of riders. With that being said, dollar ride services are still available, and we would encourage anyone that does need a ride to please reach out to Dollar Ride. Those services are available.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez. I appreciate that. A couple of things. I want to thank the team, Mark Sodders and Joseph Corello and Arnoldo and his team, and for really putting this together in a very, very short amount of time. I think just today was a dry run, and this was something new for us, as was mentioned before. I agree with you, Councilman Garcia. This isn't the norm to actually have the chambers full of people and being able to converse and talk face to face is certainly a meeting that I would rather do. But as mentioned in the beginning of the meeting, this is kind of the times we're in right now. I would assume after what Ms. Boss had said and what some of the recommendations are, that we're probably going to be conducting a meeting like this for at least 2 months, maybe through April into May, probably even through May is kind of what I'm guessing at this point. But this whole thing is changing daily. I want to thank Mr. Rodriguez for being in constant contact. The message that I got from Madera Unified, from the hospital, from Camarena Health, all from the Board of Supervisors, as well as the County Health Department, is that the message we send to all residents in Madera County should be a unified message, which also includes our public safety departments. The less confusion, the better. There's a lot of media. There's so many different news channels and internet things that are going on out there. But as far as Madera is concerned, I can tell you from Jim Costa's office to Senator Caballero's office, they have both actually congratulated us here in Madera that we have been very pragmatic in our decision making. We have worked together, and that's one of Madera's biggest strengths, that we come together and collaborate as a community. So I wanted to relay that to everybody, that we're measuring twice, we're cutting once during this very, very difficult time. And the last thing I want to mention or ask or insist, to be quite honest with you, as Keith talked about more subdivisions now than in many, many years. We've had many discussions about Freedom Industrial Park and the amount of square footage that's being built. Love's Travel Center was recently mentioned, the widening of 99, the building of the new high school. We are growing, and the city of Madera is open for business. But in the same breath, I have to ask Mr. Rodriguez, where are we in discussing development impact fees? I really, truly feel that we are missing the boat with all this development and not addressing our development impact fees. These are fees used for a number of things as we develop, and we are behind the times. So I'd like an update as to where we are in the priority. This council gave priority. We've had discussions with the golf course, and I think we're very, very close in those negotiations. We've had some very good discussions about cannabis and how cannabis could quite possibly help the city, and I'm appreciative of that, and we should continue. But I'd like to know where we are on development impact fees.
Well, I have some good news and probably some not so good news. We have talked about it internally. We've had conversations. We've begun the discussion. We have not made the progress that quite frankly that this council I think expected, and neither have any of us internally. Unfortunately, over the past couple of weeks, we've been dealing with a couple of different moving parts that not to diminish any one item, but quite frankly have probably taken somewhat of a precedent. I think as we're moving forward, that should hopefully the amount of information that's coming out is a little more consistent as we're moving forward. with the coronavirus, we're learning more. We're getting a better handle on it in terms of communication, in terms of having an understanding what we're dealing with. I think we've taken the right steps. The reason I say that is that's not an excuse, but when you look at resources, those are some of the challenges that we're up against in terms of a community and staff resources. Staff took it to heart. I personally took it to heart. I understand that this is a top priority for this council and this community. We are not attempting to put it on the back burner. I can assure you that every effort is going to be made to move it forward, to have that discussion. There is a draft study that was prepared. My plan is to get some form of stakeholder group that includes some of our community members, some of our builders, to make sure that we can sit down on the table. We can identify some key variables, make sure that there's a common understanding. At the end of the day, we may have to agree to disagree. However, we have to sit at the table with the people that it impacts the most. And I'm not gonna say the most, because at the end of the day, our homeowners pay for it. But we want to make sure that our builders are on board, that there's a common understanding, and that we have the right assumptions. I think if we can agree on the assumptions, I think we're going to be leaps and bounds ahead. And so when something is brought before the community in this council, we can sit down and say, you know what, we agree on the assumptions. We may not agree on the outcome, but at least the process, we sat down and we spoke with people. That's a very long-winded response to say that we haven't made the progress that any of us would want. I can assure you, though, it hasn't been lack of effort, and we understand that that's a top priority for this council.
What I'm hearing is nobody asked for the COVID-19 virus, and I totally agree with you. And I'm also hearing that I'll take your assurance that this is a top priority issue.
It is.
Thank you very much for that response. I appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
if
Mr.
I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Garcia, please.
Yes, if I may, I think this is something that we've asked for in the past, and we need to move forward, Mr. Rodriguez. It's very important that we update, because it's been far too long.
I agree.
And our, hesitation or whatever we want to call it, we need to get our stakeholders to sit at the table and move forward, because I do agree it's long overdue, and it might be painful to some of these folks. It might not like the idea, but we need to update. It's been far too many years that we have not moved forward with this issue. I also want to go back to what you stated about the transit to the city college.
Correct.
Did I miss something here? I mean, because we had lauded the fact that we were having reduced fees to get folks out there to the college. So I don't know if this is appropriate for us to talk about it right now, but I'd like to revisit that, because getting those students out there, facilitating their transportation out there is for me, it would be very important. So
right, I completely agree. The school's closing down actually tomorrow. So because the school's going to be closing down, there's not going to be any students.
Okay, I get that. I completely missed that. I'm sorry. I felt. But in the future,
yes,
we're looking at that, are we?
We are looking at that. As a matter of fact, I've already had a conversation. I met with the county. I also met with the State Center Community College. One of the things that we're going to be looking at is making sure that our bus route times are coordinated with their school schedules, and that's going to take some scheduling, and it may be a little fluid at times. But those are some of the things that we've talked about. Matter of fact, as recently as 2 weeks ago, we were having that discussion. The more recent discussion in the past 24 hours is, hey, we no longer need the line. That's how rapidly it changed.
Yeah. No, I get it, because the schools are shut down.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for those comments. That's all I have. So with that, once again, I would like to thank the team and staff for putting this together. For any of those watching online, I thank you for your patience and understanding. And for those who made the time to come down here to City Hall for some comments, and those who emailed in their public comments as well, thank you very much. With that, I will ask Ms. Montoy, our city attorney, for an announcement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'll announce the items to be discussed in closed session. And before we go into closed session, I would request that the city manager advise on what the process will be for the closed session and how the other lines are closed and the like. So there are 4 items listed. G1 is liability claim pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.95. Agency claimed against City of Madera. Claimant Norma K. Wood. Item G2, the city manager and I just received information about 9 minutes before the meeting, and we need to reschedule that one until the next meeting. Item G3, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, agency designated representative Che Johnson, Wendy Silva, and Arnoldo Rodriguez. Represented employee groups, Madera POA, Law Enforcement Mid-Management Group, General Bargaining Unit, and Mid-Management Employee Group. And finally, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. Property is one parcel owned by the City of Madera, APN number 007093003. Negotiator Arnoldo Rodriguez and Matthew Watson. Negotiating party Mario Rivera. Under negotiation, price and terms.
Thank you very much, Hilda. Thank you, everybody.